Oh, time to do all the usual crap. Start of every stream here. But gotta get done, right? Might as well do it while live. I could not, then this means I go live a little slower. Plus I gotta wait. Once the YouTube link is available, then I can actually do that. Otherwise it's like, well, you just get to be sad now. Just gotta wait, you know? No way to predict what it's gonna say, or what the link's gonna be in advance. At least not I know. If I find a way, I'll be jumping for joy. I just watched a video explaining how to do some optimization things, and what I learned is everything there was done in AI by some guy in India, including the voice. And I'm just like, I feel like I'm doing everything wrong at this point. Like, why am I doing all this work when they're just, you know, AIing out a bunch of videos and getting better views than I do? I'm struggling to get to 1,000 subs. Dude's got 10K. AI's out a video saying 5 easy things. Nice. So hopefully at some point people are excited by the human experience of having seen someone actually go through something. If not, well, I guess I can always do AI later, huh? And all the things. I get the sneaking suspicion that it's going to take a long time to get any kind of viewership on Kick. Like, the only reason I have any viewership on Twitch was because Fox got me, like, you know, started. Why I lurk him to this day. Gotta repay that somehow. It's not like I can rate him. Since, you know, he ends before I do by 3 hours or more. Kind of a while. Kind of a while. That should be all the stuffs. Let me just tell the Discord that I am in fact live, and then I will get back to work. Ooh. I'll link to Twitch first. Oh, I forgot to add everyone on that. Nice. Good job, man. The various RPG Maker music I got from back in the day. Technically, I could probably use it in a different engine now if I wanted. I don't know why I'd want to, but definitely different than the other stuff I have. Guys talking about it earlier today, RPG Maker, and yet another engine they make. We want $90 for this. I'm like, going, your engine's not even capable. What in the world are you getting? Why? I had no good reason. Anyway, I was testing out Nanite on this project, and I don't really... I remain, as always, unimpressed. I think is the best way to describe Nanite. As always, unimpressed. I was gonna enable skeletal message on the thing here. Let's just go down a handful of them at a time instead of trying to do all of them at once. This way I can do this. I realized I could actually do minus and then like settings to get rid of the weird settings ones that keep appearing that I can't use nanite on. Once I realized I could start doing that, a lot of things changed in my world. Life got much easier. The metahumans don't like nanite though, that's something to note. Every time I try to nanite the metahuman, it breaks. Whole engine crashes. One of the ones made by 5.62. It wasn't even made outside the engine. It was literally made by 5.6 and it still breaks. I gotta have all these multiple hairs. I should also buy another hair thingy from Fab or something. Build a few more characters. I'll get around to it. Need an area for them to move around in. That'll give me an idea of what I want to make for them. Also, just I don't always have good ideas for enemies at first. The next game will be a lot easier, I imagine. If I make another one in the same world. You can have similar toys around. I admit that there isn't much point in the second game, really, because, you know, I would assume they would resolve what's happening in this toy story, then why would there be the other toys anywhere, right? It means there would have to be a story outside of the building, which would be interesting to see how that would even pan out. Make it like an SCP building that just keeps appearing and, you know, more people die in it and it creates more toys. That'd be interesting. Wouldn't fit with the current story at all, but if I ever need to do endless repeats, it's not an impossible idea. I'm wondering if converting the city into like, what are they called? Basically its own level thingy. I forgot what they're called for some reason. I wonder if that actually causes problems. Like in the FPS. It is a change I made ever since I, swapped over to this one, and it might be a problem. Does it convert to Epic Skeleton? Oh, I'm gonna definitely try that on a project I don't give a crap about. I would love to convert Poppet off of Daz. Holy crap. But, hell, Daz charges money for that. There's a better version of the Daz software there. It's like, just pay us monthly and you can use this feature. And I was like, I'm trying to get away from you guys. You guys suck. Maybe the metahumans can pull me away from them. I'm hoping. The outfit problem is still a big problem, though. Also, the game being not that realistic to start with seems like it'd be kind of a little awkward. Unless I got like a huge infusion of cash, I'm not really about to make any major changes. Because getting to the end of this road is already going to be a long and hard one. Which will probably consist of me dumping an entire area from the game, purely because I'd rather focus on the remaining like 5 areas be, you know, fantastic, as opposed to having 6 areas that I barely finished. That's definitely something I consider a lot. There's 2 people watching and kicking 0 on YouTube. I see that very often. Sure. Skip the metahumans because I don't want to see it break again. And see the rest of them. Yeah, there's barely any left. There's only a handful of them. Might as well go for broke on nanite, right? I would prefer nanite work. That's why I haven't worried too much about a lot of LODs and things like that. And I've just relied upon the HLOD thingies because I'm assuming at some point by the time this is done, we'll probably be on Unreal 6. Is my guess with how fast things are coming out. because it's going to be like 14 months down the road, and Unreal 5.6 is already out. So, I mean, I remember Unreal 4 stopped at 2.6, so it'll be interesting to see which happens first, if I can release this or if we get Unreal 6. And how fast Epic moves, I'm starting to wonder if we get an Unreal 6 first. Not because I'm going slow, but my god, do they go fast. What is this validating asset thingy? I'm just going to reload this level and see if that validates the assets. So far 5.6 is quite slow. Potato computer doesn't help. You want me to resave this map? Save current level? The level's a brand new level based on the other stuff there. I had to remake it because the other one had a problem. Are we prepping shaders? Oh, okay, well. That's gonna take forever. But we're only prepping shaders while it's loaded. Oh. Is that because I turned off real time? Yeah. Alright, well, let's just set on the tarot thing here, and we're just gonna prep some shaders here. Get a real test to see if Nanite has finally become useful. If it yields 30 FPS, I'll stick with it. That's about what I was getting the other way, so it would be easier just leaving it enabled. But I will be surprised if truly, oh, it's already enabled, truly it succeeds or not. All right. The FPS is okay up here, surprisingly. I would have done this before, but I ran a test earlier and it didn't want to prepare any shaders, so I thought it had already done all this. And yet, it's apparently not the case. I have to undo the thing on her hair because now her hair doesn't move. But her dress does. How curious. Why does enable nanite on her hair screw it up, but not on her dress? I wish it would prep shaders without it running, but it's not. Things are dying down there. I wonder if it wouldn't matter. One of the things I might want to do is to remove all the windows that are not on the floor that they're on. If I stop you from going between each floor, then it wouldn't make a difference unless you're specifically on a chapter with that. Hey Annihilator, how's it going? I'm currently testing out Nanite in 5.6 to see if it yields good performance or not. It didn't in 5.5 or 5.4, so I'm not expecting much, but it's decided it needs to prep shaders. That's kind of what I'm doing, and because until that's done, it's not going to really do a lot. I could look at the portals that I got. Trying to become a programmer? Nice, nice. Which engine you looking at? Or are you just... Oh, actually, I guess I should ask you, trying to make a game, or are you just trying to learn to code in general? I thought I had portals out here. Where'd they go? Portals, where are you? That's weird. Portal? Huh. Where'd they go? I gave it a bunch of free portals yesterday, but I might have screwed them up by putting nanite on them. Wouldn't surprise me. Okay. Portal? I like portal. More portals. Portals for everyone. Portals. I see. Do you have like a goal for it, or you just wanna? Like, something you're trying to make? You're trying to get a specific job, or what's going on? I'm placing stargates. They're not actually stargates, but they look kind of like stargates. Need up close. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Down there a little bit. I want something to stare at and mess with while I'm waiting for those stupid things to prep. I could have just watched them prep, but listen. Nah. I'm on the cutting edge of Unreal Engine here. Your profession, maybe make a game? Fair, fair. Yeah, coding can be a lot of fun. Also, I'm inside the sidewalk. Ooh. That sidewalk has a terrible collision. Fantastic. These are pretty cool. They were free. I just need to pick my favorite one. I don't know, if you're going to try to make a job of it, you probably should try to figure out which job you want and then learn whichever language they think you should learn. Saves you a lot of trouble. As far as game dev goes, it's rare I've heard anyone actually learning Java. It's usually JavaScript that they're learning. Ain't nothing wrong with that. I did JavaScript for a while because it's the language of RPG Maker. I learned to do plugins for that, and I have like a whole bunch of streams where I was learning to use it. Now, learning to use is probably the wrong term. I had already kind of figured out how to use it. I was making dumb things with it instead. Probably should have done a job instead of doing game dev, though game dev is a lot of fun. So if you make a game, what kind of game are you thinking? I'm just waiting for that counter in the upper left to count down to 0 while I stare at portals. Oh. You know what I could do? I could just fight stuff out of, something to do. Whatever, those can stay there, I don't care. Let's go pick fights. Like a champion. The FPS is going to be horrible because it's prepping shaders, but whatever. I haven't learned for a bit because school has been only taught Java and teach me much. That's fair. I originally went to college for a couple classes, and they were such an overwhelming catastrophe that I waited like 20 years to ever get back into programming. In hindsight, I wish I'd never gone to college. Okay, this might be too slow for the shader compiling. That's probably fair. That FPS is horrible. Oh no. Why didn't this close? I learned most of my stuff just from YouTube itself. People just on YouTube with they're like, how to make X game. And I was just like, okay, I'll do that. A lot of tinkering too. Only 4,900 shaders to go. Sweet. Yeah, it's like they don't really teach a lot. Hasn't even compiled my hat yet. Oh, my hat got compiled. Yay, hat. This FPS is horrible, but that's what happens when it compiles. I'm just having fun with it because I got nothing else to do with my time. Now, like, let's see. I had two classes when I first went. The first one was for C++. Cool, great. So that guy had a habit of just not showing up to class. Like, the teachers wouldn't show up, and after half an hour, you're just allowed to leave because he's not there. And what he was doing is he would go to the computer lab next door and get drunk. Also, why is that so... That roof seems like it's too high. Weird. And the other one, he just kept answering questions to this guy who was completely stupid in the front, and he'd tell the guy to get tutors. And by the end of the semester, we did, this was for Visual Basic, we did our final on the first chapter of the book. I stopped doing programming after that for 20 years. They were so bad. I was like, but why? Do that at school, but I stopped doing programming classes. Yeah, I just don't think that schools are designed to teach people things. I think they're designed to extract money and be a place to party. That's it. That's what they're for. There's a few jobs you can get out of them that are really good in the STEM fields. Anything else is a waste of everyone's time. I guess accounting doesn't count as a STEM field. That's probably fine too. But everything else is like... just a waste. Because you could easily learn more on YouTube in like a month than you probably will in a year. Because you can learn any subject on YouTube. There's tutorials for everything. Yeah, it's just a lot of money for... You know, they say that if you can't teach. And that's exactly it. All those people were failures who couldn't do whatever they were trying to teach. And now they're trying to tell you how to do it. Because they could do it, they'd make a lot more money than being a teacher, right? My opinion of schools is pretty low. I'm gonna go ahead and say it. It hasn't gotten higher over the years either. No. Meanwhile, some guy with a thick Indian accent on YouTube can tell me everything I need to know about programming, and he'll do so for free. Or for a tiny amount of YouTube ad revenue. So, you know, that sounds like a way better deal. I can afford a tiny amount of YouTube ad revenue. These don't move now either? Wow, what a great system, guys. This is me just testing out the bugs in 5.6, so... Apparently the enemies can no longer move. They can move, but they can't bend, which is pretty bad. I wonder if it's all of them or if it's just those ones. Regular YouTube, I get a computer. I'm checking out this class. Library? That's fair. You don't even need that good of a computer unless you can use Unreal Engine. It's about the only one that actually requires a good computer. Everything else you can get away with basically a piece of crap. And these aren't moving. That's interesting. I wonder if it's just those. Hmm. A lot of people use Godot, and that thing basically runs on a toaster, from what I can tell. I mean, just a straight-up toaster. It's like, wow, really? Probably get run on a refrigerator or something if you have a smart fridge or something. You can't just plug it into the wall? Like, you don't have that? I've used laptops before, but I always had a way to plug it in. I don't know. Man. find some enemies that have regular skeletons. Not many of them have regular skeletons, thinking about it, except Poppet. I mean, Charlotte does. She seems to be crawling around just fine. I should have just ran around the room with her. Little Windows is like, you want to restart for an update right now, right? No, Windows, I'm literally streaming right now. This is a terrible time. Microsoft exists to make me want to use Linux. Oh, nope, she can't either. Okay, so Nanite Skeletons is terrible. Also, she appears to be missing her head. I thought I'd point that out. Her head is, I think, down on the ground. No, that's her hair. I got attacked by a floating hair. Attacked by a floating hair. Okay. Okay, so I guess Nanite is not something you want to use on those or something. I don't know. Sure. I guess I'm still technically playing. I'll play from here, I guess. Nice spot I can't use unless I have an extension cord. I mean, how expensive is an extension cord, right? I was making a 3D Metroidvania where you're playing as a woman who's killed and her soul's put into a doll. She's trying to escape this Whimsy Wonders toy store. It's more like a theme park thing in a way, honestly. Like if Disney made a thing full of evil dolls trying to kill each other. And like the main mechanic of the game, which I have to disable this thing to use the main mechanic of the game because I'm just dicking around. I guess I did. Fair enough. I'm waiting for it to come to prepare all those shaders, and it's got thousands to go. So it's why it's going to be really slow until it's done. But I hate staring at it, and it only wants to do it while the game is running, which is why I'm running around. But yeah, the main mechanic of the game is if you're in the darkness, you lose your sanity, but you gain curse power, which is like your MP. It powers all your abilities, powers the toys, and everything like that. If your sanity ever hits 0, the curse takes you over and you lose. I'll let it show you what happens when you go insane. Or start to go insane. Based around 60% it'll start. Just start showing what's up. I got back to a light. 1 second. I gotta get away from the light. Oh, she uses tarot cards for her abilities. This is the fool. The giant squeaky toy. Normally these guys would be moving, but I just broke all their movement. Why would not break all their movement, right? I'm just testing out new features, so stuff's gonna break a lot. Yeah, you start seeing all this weird text in the sky and everything to show you're going nuts. Yeah. It's a Wheel of Fortune. It's rolls dice. It should. The black dice deal damage to anything nearby, and the white dice heal you based on what they roll. Yeah, if you go back to a light, you gain your sanity back, but you gain no curse power, so you don't gain the ability to use a lot of you can't use many of your abilities. You'll want to not get hit in the face by things. You know, you'll want to kind of mix it up a little bit here. This Temperance, it's a bubble wand. Fires bubbles. Everything's taking a second to compile for its first usage, so... Can't even see the bubbles yet. Actually, the bubble on that one's just tiny. That's funny. Really? Random encounter system is mean. There you go. Now he's bubbles. Use that computer. My mother won't let me since my school computer and it's been super slow. Fair enough. I don't know, I would assume that, you know, she let you use it to learn programming. That's like the reason you're going to school, right? Like, it's like... You mean you want to learn outside of class with a computer designed to learn? That seems kind of like what it's for. Like, if you were going to play a game on it, I'd understand, but... Seems like an odd thing to stop someone from doing. How dare you use a machine to learn to program? You can only do that in school. Get blowed up, losers. The FPS is still horrible, but to be fair, it's still compiling, so... You know... This is the Empress. It basically plays out like Bomberman. It makes little mushrooms and they count to 10, and then anything nearby can detonate them, dealing damage to everyone nearby, including you, so don't get hit. And the blue ones heal everyone nearby. Yay! You can also grow and shrink plants if there's plants nearby to grow and shrink. At least Nanite hasn't crashed this time. Last time I went to use it, it kept crashing. It just kicked me out of the whole program. I think that's because I didn't have virtual shadow maps enabled though, so that was probably my fault on that one. Credit where credit is due. I admit to my dumb. And I do a lot of dumb, so there you go. This is the Hierophant. It makes all these possessed objects behave while it's enabled. I'm also stuck on this guy. Alright, buddy. You and I need to talk. I appear to be stuck again. That's weird. I can unstick myself with this ability, but I don't know why I'm stuck. It's a little airship. Not really production ready, but it lets you, you know, fly around and shoot cannonballs. I'm in school, middle school, which will let me think. Alright, barely functions. I see. I mean, that's when you learn computer repair. Aha! The great secret, just learn computer repair, Smile. That's what I had to do. Only has 1,069 shaders to go. Nice. I guess she's one of the fun ones. This is a fun ability. This is the moon. It makes clones of you. And then you can detonate the clones and deal damage to stuff. It also can destroy objects with the moon on it. Well, that doesn't destroy them, it just makes them intangible or tangible. They used to have animations. I swear they did. I'm really hurt. This is sad. The star, it trades sanity for health or health for sanity. Depending upon which way you spin it. Push fear in the light, it's kind of just a free heal. Sort of. It's actually drains your sanity pretty fast. I don't know if it's truly a free heal, but... You can see it can spin the other way too. Swap the two stats. Yeah, what to tell you? You can always try to learn to program at the schools, I suppose, or at schools at the library or something. There's websites that can teach you these things, so you can practice on them and everything like that. I think the entire ceiling is too low. I think I'm seeing this now. I didn't realize it was too low, but I should be able to jump up on top of this, and yet I cannot. Which says a lot. It definitely says to me that I should probably move the whole building up. Didn't realize it was so low. Is it low? I mean, it would have to be. I'm assuming. But yeah, it looks like this got moved down because you can see all the walls and everything through it. I gotta open up the other level then to fix that. I have this entire building on a different level. Testing out that feature too. Features within features. Wonderful. Well, thanks. Yeah, it'd probably look a lot better if it was actually running as it was supposed to. But I'm working on it. It's gonna take well, I'm just gonna have to try to finish another 14 months or so. I do have like a couple hours of content already. Well, a couple hours for me playing it. Other people probably take them longer because they know where everything is. But I still gotta put story in. I have like 5 planned areas, and yeah, I got a lot to do. I need to move this up. How much I don't really know, but let's just move it up a bunch here and see where that goes. I regret putting this on a different level now. It's because I have multiple I broke the game up on multiple like levels, and because it's so big. And well, I didn't want to have to keep adjusting the building on every single map. I was like, I just got to make the building once, and then I just put it on a map. Oh yeah, I'm put on Steam. That's the plan. Hopefully it works out like that. It might not. I already paid him $100, so it better work out like that. I'll be real upset otherwise. I just need to finish making the page, and I haven't done that yet. I think this still needs to go up, so I'm done it. Yeah. Kinda. Yeah. Fixing it this way is hard. Not a fan at all. I don't know how this happened that this is considered low. Normally I wouldn't do it this way. This was the thing I was trying to do for optimization purposes, and so far I'm unimpressed. I might just copy the whole map back over, or the whole building over, and then just tweak it for each map. Remove windows I'm not using and everything and stuff. Try to make it more memory efficient. That's a little bit better. That's about right. This should be higher up. It's supposed to be bent. Oh, across it's kind of bent onto the side there. Cool. Oh. But I forgot, however, it's on the other map. Now there's a giant light. Am I happy entirely with this height? I think I am. These are a little weird. Again, it's playing in the dark, so I'm not too worried about some things, but make certain we're close enough. It looks pretty good. These pipes are as close to the ceiling as they're gonna get, so we'll go move the light from there, and then hopefully we can compile the rest of these and discover that it suddenly runs way better, and that Epic didn't lie to me, and that 5.6 is just the best thing ever. Sure. They probably lied. They like to hype things up, and they do have some neat stuff. The metahuman thing that they put in there is awesome, but they never test anything. Ever. It's all in beta or experimental. Wild. I mean, it is still sort of, cool to have, but go running around for no apparent reason other than I can. I made an encounter system that spawns enemies based upon the distance to you. And that's, oh yeah, I forgot these things float away now because I did some extra coding changes to make my life harder. It doesn't say it's compiling anything, which is bad news. And also not moving, which is bad news. Yeah, I don't think it really helped, did it? I just love testing settings. Yeah. I mean, the game's like about 30% done. And it was looking better yesterday before I decided to test out DirectX 12, and it looked even better before I decided to test out Unreal Engine 5.6 instead of 5.5. But eventually it'll probably look better. I don't know if that's a true statement. It's just a statement I made. I think it's the more accurate thing to say. True, how about that? But a statement? Yeah, sure. I think these nanite skeleton thingies don't work right. Because I enabled those and then the characters can't move anymore. That usually says to me it was a bad idea. I know it's weird, but turns out when you enable an option, it breaks everything. It's probably not a good option. I like have a record of every stream I've ever done for this game, just in like a playlist on YouTube, so you can really see how it all started and every mistake I've made along the way. And the successes. Yesterday was all about level design for the second area, which is a lot more Neverland themed, I think would be the best way to put it. I mean, it's got like pirates and stuff that looks kind of like Wonderland, so that's sort of like Neverland. That's like half and half. Yeah. Started as like a blank another thing now. A 2.5D game. I'll bring it up so you can see it in all its glory. Or lack thereof. You know, it just depends on how you want to look at it. But yeah, when I first started. Oh yeah, I scroll through this all the time. Oh, apparently I don't want to do that. Yeah, I was using sprites in the world for like 2.5D stuff, so they were all sprites, but that is hard to look at. Thank you. And it was interesting. This was like a landscape I was just playing with just to see how things were. Apparently it's infected by bacteria. Someone named Bacteria was chatting that day. So it was interesting to see, though. I should probably go back to an area where there was actually combat or something. Yeah, these are just all sprites. It was an interesting thing to try out. I was even getting only 30 FPS at that point. Actually, I got 40 at some points there too. So I wasn't getting very good FPS even then, to be honest. I think this was the new E5 still. Pretty certain it was. That was interesting to do. The game morphed into 3D models later, and mostly because she had something like over 2,000 frames of animation already by this point, and it was dumb. Every time she got a new ability, I had to add 8 different directions of animation frames, and it's not that they were hard to make because they're just being rendered by. Well, I mean, she was already a 3D model the whole time. It's just it was rendering pictures of her essentially to be everything, and it was just getting exponentially bad. Whereas a model, there's like she was like only 300 megabytes something like that from the model, but every time I added new animation, it barely added anything. So I could have huge amounts of animations and not have a problem. So, yeah, I mean, faking it's kind of fun for 3D things. Like the world was 3D, but it was always 2D. That was interesting. But yeah, it started all the way back there with that kind of thing, and well, there's 169 videos currently on the list, and I think I need to add about 30 or something. I stream usually about 5 days a week. Let's see if this fixes the problem or not. I'm kind of waiting for 5.61 to fix a lot of my problems. And now our hair moves again, and so do the enemies. But the FPS is still garbage, so that's pretty bad. I can add a little bit of FPS by getting rid of this content browser. I didn't even disable all the things. No, I'm an online seller. I just decided I was just a hobbyist who's like, I'm gonna do this because it seems fun. I started with RPG Maker. There's video proof of that too, just in case you want to see. I streamed something like 50 times with RPG Maker or something, so. And I made all the, like, you know, JavaScript plugins for it too. So I did a lot more, like, coding that wasn't like visual scripting. Like, and now I do mostly visual scripting. I don't really think I gained any speed from this. I wonder if this city is causing problems. I'm going to remove the city real fast and see if that fixes some issues. For FPS, it might. Testing out a lot of things to see what works, because it's not like I know what's going to be the most optimal yet. That appeared to do nothing. Well, that's fascinating. How is removing the city do nothing? Huh. Good to know. Put the city back, huh? Oh, I did some RPG Maker garbage games. Nothing that's really actually published anywhere. Game Jam stuff. Actually, this game came about because of a Game Jam for RPG Maker. I had that up for a while, but I was disgusted by its very existence, so I got rid of it. But I definitely started with those. I actually have stuff on Imager I can show you. I think these are probably gobbling resources they don't need to gobble, because, you know, ain't nothing free. Can't just put things on the map and be excited about it. It does not work like that. Nope. No, sir. I'll bring up the stuff here. Sorry, I dropped one game because it wasn't really working out. Kind of bounce between two of them because the games take a long time to make. Well, anything that's even remotely cool looking. If it's just a random garbage game, you can shoot one of those out in a weekend if you want. And yeah. And maybe I hit him on the YouTube or something. Didn't want people watching some of these old game things when they could be watching my newer things I was working on. I was like, oh, where are you? I had a game where you like use the little pads in order to, like, you know, fight things. It was kind of a weird game. And this was like really old, but you made these little pads on the ground, and then the enemies would, like, you know, hit them and you dealt damage that way, and you could change them to do different things. And it was very sparkly. But it wasn't very good. The concept was fun enough. It made no sense as a game. You shift the world around to a different one there, and I'd randomly generate worlds, and I was still working on things. This was still all done in RPG Maker, so, you know, wasn't very good. But I did learn a lot about RPG Maker and JavaScript, because this is not actually possible in RPG Maker. I did a bunch of plugins. It later on evolved into a different type of version of the game. Little space thingy. What else did it do? It had an okay look to it. It is an artsy looking game. I'll give it that. It's definitely an artsy looking game. Is this the other one? No, I was trying to watch. How helpful. I think I'll just show some Imager clips and save time. Rather than try to find where in any video anything cool happened. I had lots of little things where I was messing with. I actually, for a while, was bigger on doing stuff for that than I was for my own things there, because I think it morphed into this later. And you use the little trails to pull things around and stuff like that. And they were all just randomly generated maps and everything like that. And they were fine. The game worked, but progress was very slow because the engine I was using was very bad. I actually put a version of this mechanic in the game I have now as one of the tarot cards. Hermit, where you run away from things. So it was fine. Played around a lot with various 3D thingies and stuff. Different versions of characters. Learned a lot about animation during the course of RPG Maker. I must say it, I really did. I got much better at doing a lot of animation and art during that time. This was just a singular map. But it had a fun look to it. I'll give it that much credit. This was not randomly generated, but Don't they have... Well, those are public, okay. No. Some versions of this game that were, you know... I got rid of this outfit because it had so many problems. But it was kind of a fun outfit. It had a lot of problems. For a while I was doing these outdoor worlds, but they were like inside of paintings, and then I took that out because it just became too many resources to try to make it work as a game, right? It just kept going and going and just getting... The scope was out of control. It was very apparent. So now the paintings still exist, there's still a painting world, but everything is kept inside of this place, and some of the rooms are themed differently. This is like all PCG graph to get it out there too, to random all this stuff out there, which is why it's not very well placed. And splines bent places so I could, you know, wander around. It was interesting, I'll give it that, but I'm slowly changing the character around. Sometimes I take pictures of problems and things. Yeah. As you can see, I've kind of got a lot of versions of stuff. Yes, making some weird things for people. It was different. I messed with some things. The story of what? Which one? This one here? Did it ever finish with the shaders? I don't even know if it did. And the FPS is still hot garbage. Haha! They put a pot on here. Boing! That's fun. Let me hit the pot. I was trying to bounce the pot on the thing. I guess it doesn't really bounce because it's not designed to do that. But as for this game, you're just playing a woman who was killed and her soul was put into a doll, and she's just trying to escape this Whimsy Wonders toy store. The Tale of a Bouncy Couch. No other questions required. No other answers required. It's the Tale of the Bouncy Couch. Yeah, I don't get that particular problem there. I guess I can just leave it enabled for now. That reminds me, where are the nanite primitives here? Oh! Oh, I guess we aren't going to be using that. Okay, for a second. Well, the whole point was to see if I could get this to work. I have a backup version that does not have everything enabled, just to see if this would make a difference. But what I'm seeing here is, I don't know if I can get away with using old nanite. I'll restart the engine again. But yeah, just, she was out looking for her friend who went missing and ends up getting killed trying to find her, and wakes up as a toy in a building that's cursed, where all the toys are brought to life at night, powered by a curse on the building. So you can never leave the building, because then you'll just fall lifeless, because the curse is powering everything, even part of the building. Well, it's on the building, I should say. So she's trying to, find a way to break the curse, maybe get her body back if that's even a thing. Find her friend if her friend happens to be there, though she probably doesn't want her friend to be there because that means her friend also died. So, prefer not to find her friend. I guess being dead as a toy is better than being dead and just totally dead. I guess that's a thing. Fair. I've heard what? The fact that this keeps crashing is pretty obnoxious, though. Yeah. It'd be exciting. I'm kind of perturbed it keeps crashing, but other than that. Yeah, there's a mechanic where you can rescue toys by picking them up and throwing them through paintings into the painting world, which is how you get here. Because there's one of the women who was killed, her soul got stuck in the paintings instead. And so she lets you travel to the painting world through the paintings or back to the regular world that way too. That serves as the map's travel system. Or the game's travel system, I should say. Of course, it's set to be pretty random at the moment because, well, I don't have the right game mode enabled to make it work correctly. Yeah, I don't know about the FPS on this. Yeah, it's like just terrible. Just outright terrible. Well, I can load the other version. See if it's any better. Hard to be worse than what it currently is. At least it's playable. This crash one here is pretty bad. I have a 5.5 version as well, but I don't want to backtrack because I spent like, I don't know, 30 hours trying to get things better. So has to boot the engine up, so it takes a second. Yeah, it's been fun. Started out as like an RPG Maker game where it's just a cursed doll trying to get across an attic because she got moved one morning and she was cursed to always look out a window, and it just keeps getting farther and farther down the rabbit hole. For the original game looking like, I'm pretty certain I have it somewhere. This is a pretty early version of the game. This is the old RPG Maker one. This is like just straight from the game jam, so it wasn't. Well, just go ahead and put that over the top, why don't you? Silly Unreal Engine. And it was all randomly generated. It was, I mean, they gave me like a month to build it, so it didn't come out great. I think horror games are the best choice to make, in all honesty. They require like the least amount of effort to get a minimum viable product because they don't have to be long. They don't have to look particularly great because they're in the dark. You can get away with a lot of cheap thrills by, just, jump scares and things. You don't gotta make a lot of complicated gameplay. In fact, most time it's just simple puzzles. So it's just there's some sort of invincible killer following after you, and that's pretty much what makes the game exciting to people. So yeah, like they're just better. I wish I'd made this a horror game, but I like Metroidvanias and I don't like horror games. So you see where my conundrum is here. But if I wanted to make money, like if I wasn't being silly, this game would already be done if I was making a horror game. Yeah, see, my FPS is like kind of better. Not a lot better, but it's a bit better. That's good to know. Oh, yeah. I mean, you always put a story in there, but any kind of adventure type of game of some sort, like where you're trying to get from being in, usually has some kind of story. It's just you don't need a very complicated story because with most horror, the more you explain, the less horrifying it is, right? If you know the entire backstory of the killer, it makes the killer more humanized. It takes away from the fear. But if they're just some unstoppable killing machine that could appear out of nowhere, that's way more tense. Sit down and give them like big story time about the person, not quite the same. Like you can like do it a little bit over time, but usually it's over tense moments and everything. So a lot of horror games don't have very long stories. They really don't. To be fair, neither do Metroidvanias, so there's that. I think I was struggling to get like 15 FPS in here or something stupid. 5.6 is not very good. I do regret upgrading. But as you can see, DirectX 12 was not helping much, I don't think. Initial spawn in takes a second. Had to lower the FPS for a moment. Yeah, see now I'm getting closer to the 20s to 30s. Well, 20s to like almost 30. Which isn't terrible. Not great. But it's better than the other one. Once they do whatever update to fix all the bugs, I'm sure the performance will go up again. Usually what happens. Hopefully happens. Wee, I don't know why I jumped up there. I'm terrible about games. Splat. Hey, Bard. You missed my DirectX 12 test and why I don't use DirectX 12. It's also an nanite test. It was not great. Minutes of it's scary. It would be like something simple. There's judgment or some top monster from hell. You have to make it stop or get away from something. Yeah. I mean, as long as it's something simple for horror. Oh, yeah. Everyone should use it? Exactly. Pretty much. Pretty much. You're like the first person showing up on Twitch tonight. I swear, Twitch is just deader than dead over the last month. Meanwhile, YouTube just seems to get traffic. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, last night I think I averaged like 3 or 4 people on there. There were like 19 on YouTube. And to be fair, YouTube rewards you for doing it more often, and I wasn't here, so that one's on me. I'm just gonna use Yellow. We'll test this. Better to do so there. Yep. Like right now it says there's like 4 there, 1 and 2 on Kick for some reason. So Kick doesn't usually talk, but would be a good idea to make is to make a horror game where you document the monsters. You can do like a Monster Hunter game like that. It could be a supernatural game. You could be like the Winchesters. Instead of killing them, you document them. I don't know. Some sort of paranormal investigators, probably. I could see it. Yeah, I don't really need all these here. I guess I left them on this map. Couldn't remember which map I did this on. I want portals for later, just not now. One of these days, I'm going to discover the secret of how people make nanite not garbage. Now it just seems to crash the engine, so I don't think I'd make it. Yeah, paranormal investigator or scientist. Yeah. Seems like it would get the job done. Not the worst thing, that's for certain. I think the encounter system is what I was using for this thing here. Not those characters. Yeah. I don't know, it could be fun. I think that you could even do a Cthulhu style game too, because a lot of those games are often about, you know, investigating some sort of otherworldly thing, I guess, extraplanar being, outsider, any of those things, you know. And, you know, you almost always have to go to some place that is where people have been murdered or something. You got to try to figure out what went on and all that, and it almost always leads to madness. You know, something like that. It could be like a horror investigation game. You'd be like a detective or something. I had to go to a town in Maine. Oh God. I never want to go to any kind of, you know, bumpkin town in Maine because every single Cthulhu thing happened in Maine. Greek technology horror game would be sick. That's fair. Like the whole Medusa thing and all that. Stuff like that. I mean, they've got minotaurs. Yeah. You hunt down all the weird mythological creatures. I mean, they are pretty terrifying. Unless you're like Hercules, in which case, or Kratos, in which case they're not. But if you're a regular human, they are. That's true. You love Cthulhu? Fair. You should make a game about it, Bard. You know, Cthulhu's in the public domain. Has been for a long time. You can just use it to your heart's content anytime you want. Those were written in like the 30s or something. Yeah. I considered making, you know, having some sort of, you know, Cthulhu-esque style influence in this, but first off, it's hard to find assets for it. Second of all, it's not really fitting for the world. Probably make games and stories about it. I think you definitely should, Bard. You should definitely make the game. It does exist out there. I just didn't have a lot of stuff for it. Creative stuff like the dragon and lion stuff. That's fair. Yeah, Chimera. Like, did they have the Chimera in that thing? I don't know if that was some Greek mythology or not. I mix them up a lot of times. But it would be definitely interesting to have a Greek mythology thing. No, you're not actually allowed to show Twitch chat with other chats. Not if you're an affiliate. So it's not allowed? Yeah. Dumb. What I can probably do. Yeah, I wish it worked like that. I can probably post a link that shows all the chat. And that would probably be fine. Maybe that doesn't work. Yeah, I'll try to find a solution that works. But I can't put them on the screen, so. Someone said I could do, you know, combine chats for everywhere but Twitch. like show you a different scene for each one, which is interesting, I guess, but I don't know. Aha, yes. Soon everyone will be on YouTube. I don't technically get paid by anyone on YouTube, but still, one day I'll get monetized on it. I got +2 subs, thanks to anyone who subbed on YouTube. Oh yes. I just need another 565 and I can get monetized. Someday. Maybe. Hopefully. I'm sure it'll happen eventually. I just need to give it out 1 or 2 a day. I guess if I post some videos and things, that'd probably help. I stream all the time, but that's not enough, I don't think. So, NPC graph here. I'm that music going because I'm going to figure this out. And then get rid of that crap there. This system is really wonky, but I want to spawn in the NPCs. So much stuff here is literally to make to try to deal with the memory issues. It's not even, like I could program it so much faster if I didn't have to worry about all that, but I do. I could. I don't really know what to do for shorts. The biggest problem is, I don't watch shorts. I always tell people I'm really just not dumb enough for shorts is the issue. Like, they're just boring. I don't understand why people like them at all, but for some reason I should be using like AI things and just continue to pump out the same garbage shorts that everyone does to make subs. That's what I've been told I should do. And I've watched videos of people explaining how to do it, and one guy's like, this is how you do it. Like, he's like showing all his channels to do it. He's like going, the worst part is you'll actually have to watch things to figure out what's popular, and I know it'll rot your brain, but you got to figure out what kind of shorts you make. And even that guy who's making all these millions of views on shorts, it's like, don't watch this. It's terrible. Funny. The game dev doesn't make for very good shorts, from what I can tell. Alright, so it didn't include notes. Yeah, visual scripting uses notes, but you know, a lot of doesn't use it. A lot of coding. Yeah. Well, the big problem I have with that is that people often think that it's like just advertising, and then you just get downvoted a lot, and you don't really get a lot of views. I don't know. I mean, I need to mess with it more. In reality, I should be doing that over streaming. But yeah, but the problem is YouTube rewards quantity, not quality. Like, if I stream a whole lot and I just had the chair on the stream, it would actually reward me more to do that than actually sitting in the chair, as dumb as this is. And why? Because I could stream longer. That's it. You stream longer and they're just like, by the way, you streamed longer. We're happy you did that. So we're sending you more people. It's so weird. Like here I'm like, oh, I should make a tutorial. And it's just like, well, you could just AI make tutorials and I went to look for some optimization tips for Nanite, and again, guys, I went midway through the tutorial. The guy's like, by the way, due to the issues between India and Pakistan right now, the videos might be a little less frequent for a bit. Okay, now first off, that meant that the entire voice I was hearing was an AI voice. There was no face shown, and he literally just had a script, which he also, the script was funny because instead of saying rate casting, it said gay casting. We were just like going, wait, eliminate gay casting? What is this? It was pretty funny. You could tell that he had an AI read the whole thing too. It's just like, nice. 5 quick little tips like that, gets 500 views, has over 10,000 subs. Yeah, those bots soon do that just to farm. Yeah, it seems to be what YouTube wants. As stupid as that is, you doing towards better game is good enough. Don't do it for the money or anything. Just do it to your passion, 100%. Maybe. I mean, I could just definitely take small little videos of it. I mean, the other one I did took like, I don't know, like 4 hours of collecting clips and learning how to do everything, edit stuff, and I'm just like, it got 1,500 views, which is not much for a short. And I think I netted a sub off of it. I was like, this was not a good use of my time. But then that's, 3-4 hours I didn't spend working on the game. Yeah, YouTube has definitely gone downhill quite a bit. It's quite greedy these days. It's led to this. But most of the time I just kind of scroll through it and leave. Like, I don't watch anything anymore on YouTube. It's very unusual because almost all of it's just AI generated crap. Like, I don't even notice anything remotely interesting. I'm just like, I laughed because they had a thing where they was like, listen, ask the AI for the kind of video you want to see. And I was like, isn't that the search function? Why is this its own separate thing? Shouldn't that just be your search bar? Like, what? So if I type in the search bar, it doesn't have the AI suggest things. It does what? Because it was suggesting videos based on what I searched for. Very strange. I didn't understand why they would do it that way. It was dumb. Yeah? I mean, that's cool. I'd be more excited for it, but I don't even... I have so many things I'm learning right now. My excitement for each thing is a little less each time because there's too many things for me to learn. I'm just like, this seems so cool, but I'm still learning this other thing. I mean, I've seen some game dev stuff in there. 50 something. Yeah. Once I get 1,000 subs, I won't care anymore because I already have the watch hours. So that's all I really care about. I need 1,000 subs. Then I get monetized. That's all that matters. Once monetized, like, it doesn't matter how many subs I have after that. And 5.6 is a catastrophe. I regret upgrading. Let's just put him over here or something for reasons. Nothing to get paid or anything, but if you find a short video, let me know and I can do something exciting. Appreciate it. I can give it, I mean, at this point, time is my biggest enemy. The 2 jobs just ruin everything. Like, I'm always exhausted. It's hard to find time for anything anymore. I don't have a life. I don't get to even go outside most of the time. My other business is suffering because of how much time I put into this. It's just like... And then it's like, wait, I gotta do videos too on top of that? I mean, I already got like an 80-hour week. We're not talking travel time or anything. It's between the two, like the streaming and the job. Space Guys for your own channel? Yeah. Space Guy movie? Nice, nice. Got you for real. And honestly, I help in time frame with you. I appreciate it. May just take you up on that. I need to really just look into content of some sort. My current strategy is not very good. I'm just gonna say it's not very good. It's definitely I gotta copy paste these one at a time. Nice. That's exciting. Well, I'm gonna copy paste this. I put him there just to see where he'd be. Also, the train's going by. Yay, train. You put a nav mesh down. There's so many systems to figure out. Bleh. Volumes nav mesh. Yep, I'm basically just always exhausted, so. And I realize I'm gonna have to do something somewhat different because if I mean, I'm slowly getting viewership, but I can't do 80-hour work weeks forever. I already had enough health problems from trying that. Not a good plan. And bored for most times, so it'd be interesting. That's cool. Appreciate it. I'll figure something out. I gotta figure out what kind of videos I want to do. I was gonna do like short tutorial videos because they were really easy to make as just informal things. Let's get away from him and see if he despawns and spawns more than one. I'll make sure it doesn't spawn more than one of them. Well, the problem with shorts for teaching is that the aspect ratio makes it hard to see anything that you're doing, right? So I don't really know how I'm supposed to show them, right? Like, it's cool and all, but this double music thing is so weird. Yeah, I don't know, like, I guess I could split it in two, but then it would be like really weird. Like I could have the top half being like, you know, whatever is happening in the world, and the bottom half being the nodes and things. But the problem is they would be really tiny. So I don't know. Set this to streamer mode, so we don't have to hear beeps in the background. Really Discord. Yeah, something like that. I guess this is all it took to fix this problem, huh? That one's ain't moving. Oh, there's two of them now. Uh-oh. He didn't despawn. There's three of them. How did that happen? Like parts of what? Like parts of the code or something? I mean, maybe. I can't imagine that would do very well with shorts. It really doesn't seem like a shorts type of thing. Like, you might get some people viewing it, but I think you'll just get people scrolling by it, because how are they going to learn from a short? It's going to be so hard for them to keep track of what's going on. And you can't pause it or anything either, so. Gotta tone down the encounters in this game. It did seem to despawn these, but it spawns more than one, so. Now it's spawning 0. My best viewers, yay! I had to ban myself a bot. You get a smaller screen. The thing is about like I can always shrink the aspect ratio down to a smaller screen if I want. It's just you can't see anything. So it's like you could cut out little pieces, I guess, and move it around. I guess it would be really hard to tell what's going on. I didn't say it's funny, right? What I'm trying to spawn in is actually the an NPC at a specific location and only one. As long as that NPC's around, then I don't want another copy of it. And this is because the way the H-load system is working, it's the NPC will be there in the world, spawned in by the room, but then the H-load will actually remove bits of the room, and then the NPC will fall. And then it'll put things back, so the NPC will be stuck inside things. Yeah, it would be difficult to do shorts that were informative. I don't know. The problem with shorts also is if you want to be monetized, you need millions of views on them, and they don't pay very well. So I don't like they're. I'm told good for getting subs. Probably. We'll have to see. I might need to just take a day out of the week and devote it to content. Maybe stream only 4 days a week so I have a day to do YouTube videos or something. I already spend the weekends just catching up on the job when the regular work I didn't do. And that business has suffered a lot for having done this. It is not the best choice to have done this for that business at all. So I'm like, But if I could get monetized on YouTube, that would really help out the game's funding. That's true. Yes, indeed it would. Actually, I'm gonna not check against the number of things in the world. This needs to be just sequenced. I made a system complicated like this for RPG Maker to make it loadable as crap too. So here we are again. Come full circle, everyone. Isn't that exciting? Spoilers. It's not exciting. I didn't want to have to come full circle on this one. I haven't made much on it yet. The problem is business has been much slower because I've had less time to do that. I have to continuously hunt things down and I haven't had time. So money has not been very forthcoming on that. I did get a Tifa traded to me. I only have one card traded to me so far from it. I'm sure more get traded tomorrow. I got a couple of me tomorrow, so it's still paying the bills, but ain't paying them well. You can promote the game with shorts when it's close to being finished. Yeah, the close to being finished is like 14 months away or something. I want subs before that because I want money to put towards the game, you know? Oh yeah, the green Tifa. I hope to have her gone ASAP. Well, she's still worth something. Probably should have checked that card king to see if I could just immediately flip her for some quick gains. Through this one here. I don't want this as part of the sequence. And then always do this. Yeah, print string here. Yeah, it's rough. There's not enough time to do everything I'm doing at this point. I know it for a fact. Like last week, I ended up taking off because I was just feeling so horrible. I say 80-hour work weeks are too long. This shit's so long. You can do them for a while, but there is a cap. There most certainly is a cap. Almost 500 subs, yeah. Think about 500 subs though, you don't get money off advertising. You get money off, I guess, channel memberships. Not very handy. Especially if you have 500 subs, you're probably not getting a lot of channel, memberships or anything. Still getting closer. That's not terrible. Yeah. It says 2. How did you spawn more than one? If that is the case. There should be a 3-second wait. Yeah, well, that's the problem. Time. Right? Because, yeah, I'd love to promote over and over and over, but I ain't have the time to get the stuff that I'm supposed to do. So it's like a lot. You know? I guess I could do once it up here or something. This is also a for each loop, so I'll have to think about it. I'm gonna have to find a way to find some more time, basically. It might just be I have to stream one less day a week. I don't really know. I can't cut time with the other job. I've already not getting the work done I need to get done there a lot of times, so. Oh, well. Thanks for dropping by, Annihilator. I stream pretty much 5 nights a week, maybe 4 in the future, who knows. Pretty much around the same time, so if you get bored and want to chat things, I also have the Discord if you want to join that and hang out when I'm not streaming. Pretty much how you can tell I've gotten on stream or something. You can also ask a lot of, game dev questions or coding questions too, though I don't actually know Java, so I don't wish I can help you with Java itself, but I know the logic behind coding and some amount of JavaScript and of course blueprints. That's true. Well, I made one that time. Well, that's fair. Well, I mean, I stream around the same time. You sub to the channel or something, and you'll know when I go live, if you want to. You ain't gotta. But I will be here. Okay, well, I think my code does not work. I think we can all agree it does not work. Keep a visual backup of this so I know what the messages were. So, really what was happening, I don't need this anymore, I don't think. It's not actually stopping anything. So... I mean, not surprisingly, every time it's hitting 0 here, there's only one position in this array, so that makes sense why it would be at 0. But this counts to 1, and then somehow... I mean, what the link to this is showing up as just that. That's true. Uh-huh. I'm assuming it's just going through and have some NPC spawn. And I guess I should have just been doing that over and over, just typing NPC and then a number. Make my life easy. Still want to add into the encounter array. Oh, but that'll screw up the other thing too. There needs to be a separate thing for them, isn't there? Could have been so much easier if they could just been spawned in by the room. The other option is they could just be set to fly. And then the HLOD system won't matter. Hmm. It's not even part of the encounter system, is it? Oh no, they add themselves when they start up. That was what it was. That's part of the NPC thingy. I have to remind myself how this whole system works because I haven't used it in a while. And as I can tell you right now, I don't remember exactly how it worked. No. Hmm. Yeah, there's gonna have to be multiple arrays this way. The system knows to remove them if you get far enough away. Why did you spawn here? Also, it's just spawning like crazy over there too, so it's not even being stopped by that. At least despawn correctly, right? Yeah. It's so much nicer when you could just do the room. Yeah, it's like a random location. It's spawning one of the locations, but the other one is not where it should be spawning. Why in the world is this number coming up random? There should only be exactly one result in it, and that result should always be the same. Just as there's only one thing to spawn. I need the system to work because one of the problems right now with the savable enemy or characters is exactly this. Thought I hit play, but I guess not. I think it's got clicked on another window or something. On just the one there. Found one over there too. How'd that happen? Is something else spawning it in? Because if you look, these are all the same. So he must be being spawned in by something else. Interesting. Hey, Vox. Thanks for the lurk. Yeah, I'm still hanging out over here in chat. I just obviously not talking. Trying to solve myself a problem here with this spawn system and trying to figure out what's spawning in the other one. This one is for this one is powerful enemies, this one is destroyables. I think it's because I'm recycling class to spawn. NBC to spawn. Whenever something is random, it's always a timing issue. Every time. Because the class to spawn variable is getting overwritten by this, and sometimes it would happen in the meantime, since these happen, you know, concurrently and everything. So it would then go through this and change the class spawn here to the other thing after it already picked one over here, which then would cause to spawn the NPC. That's it. That's the whole strategy. That's the problem. By giving it a different name, it shouldn't override it because they don't have the same name. That should fix the problem, I would hope. If not, well, I suspect this will be a problem for much of the night, I imagine. Well, hopefully not. It shouldn't take that long to fix this, but... Again, I got two of them. How in the world is it passing this check? That's what I don't get. Right here. This 2 appears. Now there's 3 of them. They're spawning over and over. The check here is against the length of this, which then yields this here. And the length of this should be, if it's less than 1, if true, then do that. And somehow it's still continuing onward and spawning anyway. But is it though? The word true never shows up. Ever. It did right there. It did one time. So then all the code to spawn this is... I'm not setting a spawn array. Also, it's doing a bunch of movement things. I suppose I should delete all those and followers now. I had a lot of things working on. I need to dial it back and, you know, work on only the stuff that is like one thing at a time. True. On in, sure. Did say two for a second there, but I didn't see a second one, so I don't know where he is. One. Still one. Still one. I don't see what I did that could actually have fixed the problem here, so that's awkward. Nothing I did could actually have affected the problem. But I have to see it duplicate in order to have an idea of what causes it, so. That one spawned near me. That's interesting. It spawned near me, but it hasn't spawned more than one at any point. Which is interesting because, again, this is the number it's reading. And it's always the same number. Him spawning the wrong location isn't too bad. Him spawning, you know, over and over is pretty bad news. Word 0. He's spawning just fine there. Seems good. Like I say, it's always random. It's always a timing issue if it's random. I haven't seen him respawn over there. So far he's behaved every time. I guess it must work. I gotta take a bio break real fast, but Alright. And we'll continue here. I might definitely look into doing some YouTube videos or something. See if I can build up subs. Not a bad idea. Of course, I got to stream all the time in order to keep the views up on YouTube as well. So there's that problem. I just need infinite time. As the gameplay occlusions basically works. I'll give you a second test because once I have this figured out, then there should be. Oh nope, there's another one. Did you spawn a weird location? Like what happened? I can only surmise that it's actually picking up the location to spawn him in that's not, it's off the other one. Like it's randoming a location nearby, so it's sharing that information. Now there's two. But again, they're not being spawned in by the NPC spawn. They're being spawned in by something else. Now there's three of them. It is running the code for it. Let's keep your records of all this on the side. Back to one. Now there's two. Yeah, it's like the NPC thingy is like the regular spawner spawning him in. I want that. I want those. This is a long-standing problem. Of course, the encounter system needs work in general anyway. I just don't like looking at nodes just on the grid. I hate that. And now we're not randoming colors anymore? Nice. Whatever. I guess I did do a new version of this, which means I have to redo all the plugin options too. Used to auto add this convert. Very annoying. doesn't anymore. So far, I think 5.6 is very bad. 5.5 was much better. Wait. Because as actors done twice. Hmm. I was like, this code should work. Not missing anything particularly. But I have to have completely separate things here because this is also NPC spawn transform, I'm pretty certain. Where is it? This random location. I think. Let me double check that it's not being used somewhere else too. It has no other sets, so can only be from here. There. That one converts. It's usually best to try to limit certain areas if you can. You can try to focus areas, like get like little individual ones, place to see where it's hitting stuff. And then narrow it down and put lots of them in the spot wherever the real problem is. There's Oliver. I think a lot of how good this game is going to be predicated upon how good this encounter system is. Like, it can be horribly unfair, potentially, or super fun, depending upon so many factors. Downside of these things, you gotta just run around to get it to test or it won't work. See? I don't know how much, how many times I have to get it to trigger to finally get it to break, but basically the big test will be if I can successfully rescue a spawned in NPC. I'm still gonna need a permanent system to prevent them from spawning in a second time. They just spawn in and destroy themselves. Oh, thanks for that, Evixie. How's it going? I'm trying to figure out where this wonderful little rabbit here keeps. Oh wow! Thanks for the bits, Willem. Thank you, thank you. So, I'm making a system to spawn in these NPCs, but it also has to spawn in the encounters and everything like that too. And the encounters were fine. It's just the NPCs are only supposed to spawn once, and my rabbits have been multiplying This black rabbit here has been multiplying all over the place. He's adorable. Ah, the bits I need, yes. I'm very excited. Also, I think this rabbit has only spawned the one time. Things like that. Everyone else say. Oh, okay, you're talking to him. I was like, or her. I was like, I don't even know what that means. Oh no. I speak English, bad English, and blueprint. That's pretty much what I speak. Those are my languages of choice. Bad English being most of it. I guess gibberish is pretty much more accurate, but you know. Listen, I went through the US public education system. They said it was English. They couldn't read it. But to be fair, that would mean that my teacher was educated in the first place. So, you know, American education, right? I mean, you know. Doesn't need English. Nah. As long as they make it up, it'll be fine. I think this actually works. Huh. Disaster averted. How to remove these 9 million print strings, so I gotta watch it just completely cover my screen with all sorts of gibberish. I've been making this smart system that understands which room of the building you're in, and then what it's supposed to do when you're in each of the rooms, like what it's supposed to spawn. And it spawns it based on your location. And if you get too far from that location, it declares the enemy as irrelevant, and then it gets rid of them. So you're always under attack, but it won't overwhelm the poor engine. Plus, it gave me like 20 FPS. I used to do a thing where everything got spawned in when you first entered the room, but that turned out to be really heavy. Yeah. Anyway, I can show off the game in a second here. I'm just deleting all these text messages, not text, these print strings real fast here. And then I can give a bit of a tour. So what sort of, what do you do? You game dev? If you are, what kind of game are you making? I'm apparently already following you. I was about to follow you, but I'm already following you, so I beat you to it, I guess. You load up the other level that's actually a bit more well designed than this one. Well designed being, of course, relative. Yes, relative is the term I'm looking for. Yes. A lot like discovering someone has basically built a fort out of sticks, and then the person next to them actually used duct tape to hold the sticks together, and then the other person didn't bother with that even. Yeah. Of course. I'll do a bit of a tour. So, guess I didn't disable all screen messages. I guess I missed one. Alright. The game's called Poppet Quest. Playing as a woman who's killed and her soul is stuffed into a doll. She's trying to escape the Whimsy Wonders toy store, which is more like if Disneyland just made a bizarre theme park inside of a building where toys came to life at night and killed each other. So it's a small world, basically. The main mechanic of the game is completely disabled by the fact that I have this one thing enabled to prevent it from working. You fix that real fast. Oh, you've seen the room before? Okay, well, that's fair. I could pick a different room, I guess. This is always the best one to just show off some of the early mechanics, but we can go a little more hard. Just open doors instead. Let's skip that first area. Go right to this one instead. Actually skips about 30 minutes to just open that door. Actually make you go back around after you kill the boss and you pop out right by this door. Yeah, so for the new people, the main mechanic of the game is if you're in the darkness too long, you lose your sanity, but you gain curse power, which is basically what powers all the toys, brings them to life at night and everything. That's just for dodging. I just wanted to use a bunch of curse. This enemy actually emits light. I was going to show you the insanity effect, but this enemy is screwing that up. Use tarot cards for abilities. This is the Fool. It's a giant squeaky toy. God, those things are irritating. Show off some random abilities here. This is the Empress. It basically plays it like Bomberman. Taking a sec to load, apparently. The blue mushrooms will count to 10 and then heal anyone nearby, or they just get triggered by them. Anyone nearby. And the red ones deal damage. Just gotta go for now. Organized stream. Thanks. Yeah, thanks again for the raid. I'll have to swing by and check out your stream sometime. I'm so bad about visiting everyone's streams, probably because I work 80 hours a week, so... Wait, that's terrible. But I will find time. Come by and say hi. This weapon kind of sucks now. I need to pump it up. The other one's like so much better than it now. I almost don't even like using it. That's not good. So slow. We got some like Temperance here, which is a bubble wand. Bubble stuff. They'll break out eventually, but... Oh, you too. Enjoy the rest of your day. Got some traversal mechanics here. This one's the Hierophant room, and it's there's all these possessed objects near, and if the Hierophant's enabled, they'll behave. They'll return to where they're supposed to be, allowing you to platform through the room. It does drain your curse power, so do be fast. But they will throw you. They're not really unpossessed so much as they're just unable to do what they want to do. Also, I think I need to raise the ceiling again, apparently. Oh no, I did that in the other version that I was testing, and it didn't, yeah. Earlier tonight I did a test with DirectX 12 to see if it was better, and it was about 10 FPS worse. To be fair, 5.6 has dropped my FPS by about 20, so... not that great. That actually just makes this key impossible to get, doesn't it? That's okay, let's go back over to this other one real fast. Yeah, so when you start to lose your sanity, you start to go insane, and that's what this effect is. If your sanity ever hits 0, then the curse takes you over, you lose, so don't let that happen. But if you go back to the light, you get your sanity back, so... But you gain your curse power, which means you kind of got to bounce between the two if you want to do anything interesting. There's a weird thing where you get frozen when hit sometimes, and I don't know what's causing that. Okay, this will break it. But you can summon a little airship to... that's like the chariot. It's not production ready at all, but what it does do is break this weird lock that happens every once in a while. A bug that's been introduced recently, so... I periodically just use it just for that. It's the Magician, lets you pick up small objects. You could throw them. Deal damage. Does not hurt the chair. I had to throw it at the chair, and that was kind of dumb, but... Oh, so was that. You can also flip light switches. Open drawers, cupboards. Use door handles if you have a key or something. It's actually got pretty good range too. You can do from all over here. Kinda. My sanity back. This is a tutorial room for the magician, so it explains what to do here. Drop some mushrooms to heal myself up. Oh, that's right. They can be spawned up here now. I forgot about that. Apparently, he's a hard time walking on those. Oh, that's right. I gotta raise the ceiling up because now it makes it really hard to get up here. That might cause problems. Whatever. Pool can also break things, so you can break your way through here. It's in a steampunk world. Can't leave the building, but you can walk around out here on the ledges. You will run out of sanity though, so you don't go too far. Yeah, the whole building is definitely a bit low. I can definitely tell that there, because this should be matched up there, and it is not. I put the whole building on a level instance, because I need it on multiple levels in the game. And I got tired of remaking it over and over. What that means now is kind of a bit off. It needs to be fixed. This Wheel of Fortune, it rolls dice. The black ones deal damage to the nearby, and the white ones heal you. There's basically a weapon. Well, I'm making a weapon for each of the major arcana, so there'll be 22 weapons. Quite varied in what they do. Weapons like referred as the geometry weapon, because you basically need to bounce it off of things in order to actually hit stuff, and if you hit things directly with it, it usually just bounces away and is completely ineffective. I'm also sitting in the light, so I'd have to turn the light off if I want to gain curse power, but I'll just go on. You can fall through those. The FPS is a little better now. There's a bug with these things where they are currently honestly just doing stuff. Sometimes they float away, sometimes they're in the wrong location. I folded them into the same system that handles all the like possessed objects and the movable stuff as like one giant system, but unfortunately it means that now it just, they don't all play well together yet. Soon though, soon. Probably. I gave her a crappy little idol. I started building an idol system. Have her dance for no apparent reason. Okay, this building is way off. Those books should not be in there. I guess I'm glad that I'm running this test. I haven't ran a test in a while. Not since I put it on 5.6. Probably should have, but... This one's in the right location for some reason. Text is actually harder to read now. 5.6 actually redid the text plugin I use for 3D text and forced me to have to rebuild all of the levels because there was 3D text on them and it just broke everything. Oh, actually, I'm gonna use the bubble wand on them. More fun. Actually, I'll use something different. Sometimes the spawner, like the encounter system, is really, really nice and just doesn't hit you with lots of enemies, and sometimes it just starts spawning enemies all over the place in here. You never know. Whatever it feels like doing. I just immediately run the right way, though. Well, if nothing spawns, then I'm safe. So the moon makes clones of you, which will lure the enemies to them. Unless your enemies are dumb. Those ones are pretty dumb. And you can detonate the clones in order to deal damage to things. You get one of the most fun but bloody abilities. Leave in the air too. Oh no, I jumped out like an idiot. It's okay. I'm just gonna run back this way anyway. Didn't cost me too much time. Apparently nobody wants to fight right now. Perfect. In most cases, with how the encounter system is now, if you keep moving, they don't tend to spawn too much around you, but there's no guarantee of that. Once you stop moving, though, it's bad news. You can like what happens when that happens. Heal up. It was like a horrible choice of weapons for this close range fighting. So there's some enemy, some toys you can actually rescue. You really put a statue in my way? And you just carry him over to this place, the painting world, where I hope I can get him through there since the ceiling's too low. And you can throw him into the paintings, because there's like there were a whole bunch of women who were killed and their souls were put into dolls, but one of them, her soul got stuck in the painting. And she lets you use them as portals to get between other paintings. If you unlock them. Of course, I have to have the right game mode enabled, or what happens is when I go between the two levels, it'll random me to a location. So jumping through that will probably force me to have to... Well, we'll see what happens. It's supposed to unlock paint, take me to the exact one there, but with the wrong game mode enabled, it'll just put me in some random location, and it's close enough. Yeah. This is Tinka, the ghost in the paintings. She's just here floating in the painting world. And the toy I rescued is not rescued. Nice. Oh, 5.6. That one's listed as rescued. He should be over here. Cool. Oh well. Pretty much Star Dragon, yep. 3Dvania. It's only like maybe 30% done, so I mean, there's a lot that needs to happen. See if I get lucky and it randoms me right back to the right location. It most certainly did not. Fantastic. I didn't even know that was a choice. Can I actually win the game from this location? I wonder if that's possible. I don't believe so. Normally I'd say it would take me to the right location, but I'm just chancing fate to see where I end up. Trying to come to the game yourself? Did you know where it should be? I'm just going to open a bunch of doors to continue the tour. Keep my way to victory. We can continue. I'll close the chapel door so I can feel like a boss when I earn the right to open it. Well, I mean, what kind of games do you like? Or you always I want to be like Slay the Spire? Well, okay. That's a good start. What do you like about Slay the Spire? Like, why do you want to make a game that's like it? they focus on really those things because, you know. Deck building aspect? Okay, so make a deck building game. Alright. Sounds like you know exactly what it should be already. This is a really easy conversation. Now I guess the question is, what sort of theme, like, you know? Like, are we talking some sort of medieval world just like Slay? Or are we, you know... Are we collecting monsters out there? Is this like Pokemon? I mean, like, how are we doing this? Like... I will accomplish a puzzle. Well, I mean, what sort of, like, do you have a story you want to tell with it? Or are we just playing cards? Like, what's the goal here? Other board game elements? Okay. So what sort of board game elements we talking? I like to be the guy who just asks all the questions to get your brainstorming about the various things you might want to do. That's usually what happens. Like dice? Okay. I forgot to raise the ceiling on this, by the way. That might be a problem. Maybe not, though. I might still be able to beat it, even though the ceiling's too low. Okay. Well, how would you include dice with Slay the Spire's mechanics? I've never actually played Slay the Spire, so you'll have to walk me through this, because I literally have no idea. I've seen it. I understand card games like that, but my knowledge of the mechanics of the game is not that high, because I saw it in passing. I like card games, I just have no free time. I put a little gun in here just for fun. It's just fun to occasionally shoot things out of annoyance. To do a dicey dungeon, you can use your dice to enhance aspect of the card. Okay. So like maybe when you know, play a card out, it rolls a die, or like maybe at the start of your turn it rolls a bunch of dice. You get like a few dice that are each of the numbers, and then you can add or subtract those numbers to your cards, something like that. So like, you know, start of your turn, roll like 3 dice, and then for the course of your turn, you can use those 3 dice to mess with your cards. Just a random idea. I don't know if it's a good idea. Might be fun. Aha! Thanks for the follow. That's right. I charge 1 follow for ideas. Like teaching baby turtle to swim. Bye bye, baby turtle. Digital prototype? Not a bad plan. This is where you would get the Empress. Also, the waterfall's missing. Nice. Every time I switch versions of Unreal Engine, this stuff happens. That's where you get the Empress can grow and shrink plants, is its other ability. Well, yeah, she's a doll. She got killed and her soul got stuffed into a doll, and then she runs around using tarot cards to, you know, do things. And she's powered by a curse that's basically over the building. And basically you gain curse power by being in the darkness, but you lose your sanity, so you can't just stay in the darkness. But if you go with the light, you don't gain any curse power, so that's kind of bad news. Because then you can't use most of your abilities. Some still work, some don't have a cost, because it's just... It'd be awful if you just had nothing you could do. I do let you swing weapons and stuff, and I haven't even included all the costs of the game, so some abilities are still free that shouldn't be, that are just overpowered. But I'm making a mechanic for every single one of the major arcana. So there's 12 of them. Some of them are pretty hard to theme for a mechanic, I'm not gonna lie. I've been having a real challenge on a couple of them. I haven't even shown the Hermit off yet. I'll show the Hermit off in an area where there's more space to run around, because the Hermit's it's a runaway fighting style. Your goal is to be alone, right? That's the point of the Hermit. Like, about solitude and the like, so making a combat mechanics based around solitude is interesting, to say the least. I mean, I could have something that makes you ragdoll, but why? Like, what gameplay purpose does it serve? Is the question behind it. Because people always suggest abilities, and I'm always down to discuss them. But what does being a ragdoll do for you? Like a fake death? I mean, you're playing a Metroidvania. How often are you going to want to stop and fake your own death? You're like, listen, guys, I'm just going to fall over here right now, and then you just, what, wait for the enemies to do something? I mean, they just keep spawning in around you. There's an encounter system that will continuously attack you. And of course it does an ad break. Well, I guess I'll respawn back after the ad break. Silly Twitch. I gotta remember to pause those more often. This is actually the first time I've done any kind of long test since 5.6, so I'm seeing all kinds of things I should be fixing. Fast you ragdoll, like you're just throwing themselves at someone? Oh, why am I using that? Go to a secret room. Ooh. I don't know why those are up there, but they're getting annoying. Better do a little dance. Why can't I move them? I was like, is there another bug? Ad break ends at 12 seconds. 12 seconds. 12 seconds. 5 seconds. Alright. Use the hermit. Hey, Atomic Nature. So this is the hermit for the people. Basically, it leaves little explosives behind you, and you can choose to detonate them whenever you want. It also has a shield you can put on yourself that instead of you taking damage, your curse takes damage. So your curse set. So you can opt to use it as a defensive thing. If you're using the these though, it does slowly drain your curse. It's free to blow them up though. None of the cards actually chain at this point. There's about a 2-second swap between them. Like, they don't really combo very well necessarily. I mean, you can switch real quick like this, and then by the time she lands, it would do it. As you can see, that's about how long it takes to switch. Each of them has multiple abilities. Well, this one I've only programmed 2 abilities in at the moment, and one of them isn't very good yet. I actually forgot about it, but it can actually make little balls you can actually, you can make bubbles you can jump on. Well, it's supposed to. It used to. Okay, well, I guess that's broken too. Fantastic. Fair enough. So, there is a bit of a wait on those things. I thought about having some combo thing, but the game just isn't really set up for it. It'll be fun. I'm not sure what it would do, like how you would use it in a way that would really benefit gameplay. Because basically what I need is traversal abilities that can be used in order to get places you shouldn't. And then I need combat abilities that would let you, you know, fight back. So, and all the things are divided into those two for the most part. Hold the card and smack with. But then my question is, how is that different than just the Fool, right? Like, this is just a giant squeaky toy that you just hit things with. You could replace this with a card and it would be the same effect. Like, every the card has to have a very somewhat different effect in what they do, otherwise it would be like kind of the danger of being just duplicates, really. So for the most part, they all try to have a very unique effect. Sure. A little bit glitchy here, but yeah, let's go over the full things of that. Like, what do you want to explain about them? Like, what do they do, or like what the meaning behind each card is? I had to look up all these. I did a lot of time researching the tarot meanings. No, well, I mean, I'll just equip them and go, right? So, like, this was the Fool, which is just a giant squeaky toy. This hits things. It can grow big in order to do more damage to things. Kind of the default, you know, weapon of choice you get in the very beginning. The Magician is basically telekinesis. It lets you pick up small objects like blocks and things and throw them, which there's none in this room to do with. It also lets you manipulate lights, drawers, cupboards, used for platforming and the like. I'll have to show you in a room where there's other stuff it can actually do to make it a little more useful. Like, I can flip this light on with it. Oh yeah, I started making contraptions. They're just little enemies out of garbage, and they're a lot of fun because they just blow up in fun ways. This is the High Priestess. I'll have to show you a room with the High Priestess. What it does is it reveals hidden things. It has an eyeball, and the eyeball will watch for hidden things, and it'll start making noises when it gets near something. It's not quite great on its flight path yet. It's a little dumb, but you'll be able to activate it in order to reveal those. But there's nothing hidden in this area that it reveals. It reveals basically hidden platforms. We'll get to them. Yeah, but so far for specific things. This is the Empress. You saw it earlier. It grows and shrinks plants as its main traversal mechanic. You can get to places like that. And it also plays out a lot like Bomberman in that... I'll just jump down here. I'm gonna blow myself to bits. Put little mushrooms over the red ones. They count to 10, and then anyone nearby will trigger them, causing them to go pop. And they do damage to you too. I was too close to that one, as you can see. And the blue ones heal. Same system, you know, someone has to trigger them. And it does heal the enemies, so... you have to keep note of that. He saves by jumping into toy boxes, so I'm just jumping in there like that. The Emperor protects you from currently the water. Like, if you have the Emperor enabled, you can jump in the water and you don't die. It has no hat, no thing to show off yet. But... without it, if you fall in the water, it's just an instant KO. With it on, you can actually traverse under the water to visit places you wouldn't normally be able to go. Plays really big in the second chapter, where there's whole sections of the map that you just could not reach without it. We'll see. I haven't really bothered to change her dress because, frankly, the amount of work to get her dress to move the way it's supposed to is really high. Also, they're not very free to equip and unequip, so I don't know, like... as my knowledge improves of the engine, that might happen. So it's possible. A crown could easily happen. The Hierophant worked with the possessed objects. There's no possessed objects in the room, but if you recall the weird plates I was jumping on, this just makes them behave while it's enabled. He currently has no other ability. I'm going to make 3 for each one. The Lovers charms things, causing them to fight each other. Until because they have a hard one. They don't fight each other very well. They're actually very stupid. But also this is the first chapter of the game, so the enemies are dumb. They're just dumb. They're not supposed to be that smart. The bosses are pretty savage, but maybe too savage. Currently the Chariot just summons an airship. This is like super early concept version of it. Lets you just fly places. You're going to get it near the end of the game, which is why I haven't bothered to really do much with it yet. I'm also have a better airship for it too. You are going to fight little airships too. So I was making a flying AI for all that, but fires little cannonballs. They're almost impossible to hit with because, quite simply, things in the way. Hard to see. Strength currently is like, I gotta unequip this. This thing is really poorly set up at the moment. Okay, good. Strength doesn't have to be equipped. What it does though is it lets you have double jump. It used to be the thing that let you grab stuff, but I took that out. I don't know if I want to keep that or not. It also lets you air dash. Normally you can only ground dash. That'll probably get some changes. A lot of these aren't necessarily final. The Hermit was the one that was creates little thingies behind you and detonates them, and also creates a force field that causes your curse to take damage instead. Basically, it's about running away. Wheel of Fortune is dice. The black dice deal damage to anything nearby. Well, any enemy nearby, based on what it rolls. So, if it's a low roll, it's pretty bad. And the white dice just heal you. You don't have to be close to them. I might change that, actually. I might make you get close to them, just to make it more exciting. That's right. It's actually really powerful. But I plan on... I might have the really greedy merchant give it out. I haven't decided yet on this. But it's weird to fight with because you have to like bounce it off the walls and everything. Because if you hit an enemy with it directly, it usually just bounces too far away and it's worthless. So that's kind of... It's actually a pretty fun ability. I like it. Justice so far is just a crappy gun. I actually put it in here as a joke. I don't really think I'm going to keep it as a gun, but I'm going to go... Not going to lie. Sometimes it's actually just good to just shoot him in the face. You're just like, listen... I need more ranged weapons that can hit stuff on walls that are up in the air. There aren't many of them. So far, Temperance is the only one. It'd be hard to aim it, to be honest. Like, I could have a super fort that does exactly that. Just throws lots of dice. I do need one more ability for it. But the thing about a cup is... well, anytime the animations are happening, the enemies have time to move, which sucks because you're like, oh, look, the thing's rolling. Oh, they moved. Damn. Also, you start getting up on these smaller places and it gets really hard to use them as any kind of anything. So, like, it's basically a ground weapon at this point because they're rolling the dice. They just go flying off and they're worthless. But I've considered it. I also considered random effects, but programming that was really a bridge too far for how many things I have. Hangman does nothing. I do have an outfit for death. It's going to be another melee weapon. I don't know exactly what it's going to do, but I do have an outfit for it. And a weapon. It does actually do damage, but it doesn't actually do damage, right? I just have it in here as a remind myself to do it. Maybe. Temperance is the bubble wand. As you can see. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, a shield could be a thing. It's already got a healing thing, though, so I don't know if I wanted to give yet another ability that just acts as a defensive thing. Maybe I do. But the Hermit already has a shield ability, so it's like... Have it change based upon... like that? Maybe. I mean... I guess the question is, how often are you going to want to run up to the enemy right next to him and try to hit him with the dice? Like, if they're rotating around you? It's an interesting idea that it changes. It would have to randomly change. Which I do have a system that could just randomly change it. Well, you could change it based on a random timer too. Maybe. I'll add it to the list of ideas. I do have an idea list. My to-do list thingies. Whenever I have like ideas like that, I mean, some things chat suggests actually ends up in the thing. Oh, a dollar poll. I have to remind myself that I want to make a dollar poll, so I launch dolls at things. Wheel of Fortune. Dice field that changes between deals damage and heals randomly. Yeah, that's the thing. Like the game, to be fair, Metroidvanias are closer to Mega Man than they are to a lot of genres. I mean, they're often a combination of RPG and Mega Man. So, I mean, fair. I only have like some horns and a crappy little pitchfork for this. I haven't figured out what to do with it yet for the devil. I don't know yet. It's going to involve something that probably involves fire. Tower has nothing yet. The star trades sanity for health if you heal, spin it one way. And if you spin it the other way, it trades your health for sanity, so you can go farther into the darkness. It has no other abilities at the moment. But it is a heal and it is a traversal. Because the darkness is not your friend, necessarily. I consider strength having something like that. Where it's like something like that. The moon makes clones of you. And the clones can be, like, they'll be attacked by enemies. They can also be detonated in order to deal damage. I mean, kind of a fun one. It also can turn anything with the moon symbol on it either real or illusionary, depending upon what it already is. Which I'll go to up here. Because there are some moon doors up here. But I could have some giant boxing glove things, maybe. I mean, one of the only problems with like that is that Poppet's really tiny. So she has basically no reach. I mean, she's got little tiny arms. So the boxing glove is like, I mean, you got to see how big that hammer was in order for you to hit things with that. She's like real small. I actually cannot get up this, by the way. Not actually possible to get through here. The building's too far to the side. That's good to know. I guess I'm stopped by that. I gotta move the building over and up. That's exciting. Well, probably just do that, to be honest. Just move the building over and up. So I can actually make it beatable. That is weird. But yeah, I actually had little Jack-in-the-Box enemies at one point, so it might happen. But then the other real problem shows up, and that is, okay, cool, but which tarot card is it for? Ah, yes, the big problem. Has to make sense for one of the major arcana. You can, any idea can be suggested, but I gotta tie it to one of them. And I'm basically making 3 abilities for each, so. Did I get this close enough to the top? I don't even know. I regret so much having done it this way. I can just move it up like this. This should be right about here. This should probably be the easiest way to tell where it needs to be. And then I just got to move this over so that it is not stuck in the wall there. And that should be a perfect way to place it. But, because I mean, like, it was, yeah, the giant squeaky toy, the giant, like, you know, squeaky toy hammer that makes all the funny noises in the air is currently the Fool. And it could have an explosive, like a projectile. Earlier it threw, like, yeah, cupcakes at people because it was stupid and funny. But it could have a Jack-in-the-Box weapon. But would that really benefit the fighting style of running up and hitting things with a weapon, right? To be fair, the Fool could actually get replaced by, it could be swapped over to Strength. But the reason why I get the Fool out first and try to make it kind of a basic weapon is that the Fool represents the start of a journey. It's an ad break going anyway. I'll say it after the ad break then. Actually, I need to move this over more because it's still stuck in the wall, isn't it? Yeah. A little better now? Is that closer to where it needs to be? Can I get through areas? Kinda. Looks like it's still maybe not all the way over. Let me check that other room because that's a really good giveaway. It is still very much not beatable, I don't believe. Yeah, it's not. No good to bad. So anyway, yeah, I have the Fool. It's the giant squeaky toy. And I mean, it makes all the funny noises. Pretty much its claim to fame. I think this wall is just too far over. How did you get this far over? And it could have a thing where it throws a projectile, like a little explosive device. I don't know how good that would be though, because like if you're running up and hitting things with it, how often are you going to want to throw little explosives? Like, I mean, it's not like impossible to do, or it's not like the worst, but oh, I guess you were broken somehow, huh? What's the problem, buddy? Oh, you have one of those. I thought I got rid of all of these. Turns out, no, I have not. 3D text. These are dangerous. These are incredibly dangerous. These things will corrupt your whole project if you aren't careful. True. But I don't know, Jack in the Box weapon could be a thing. The problem, like, I want the Fool to be a pretty simple weapon to use. And the reasoning for it is, as far as the major arcana goes, it represents the start of a journey. That's literally what it is. It's just, you know, the innocent person doesn't know much about the world, going out on a journey of like discovery to finding, you know, so it makes sense to be the first tarot to give, which is why I hand it out. But it's also the Fool, so it's got to be something silly because, I mean, everyone's going to hear the Fool, and if it's not something silly, think about that doesn't make any sense. I'm a little priced into that. So I was thinking of putting, you know, I wanted like strength to almost be like what the Fool is, like a giant hammer, but if I make the Fool something that's not like an easy weapon you can use basically everywhere, it'd be a really crappy weapon to give out first. So that's kind of a problem, if you will. But I don't hate the idea of a Jack in the Box. Like, it's not like, not a bad idea. It'll just come down to where can I put it? And they did have it through like cupcakes as a thing. So, I mean, like, there was an option to have a projectile for it. And it's not like the worst idea. You just give it the ability to throw things also. Of course, I don't have a Jack in the Box model. I can make a box really easy. Oh, well, I don't know how I'd make a spring motion. Because I thought about it, I could easily make a little box with a lid that opens. That's not hard. And I could have like a little mini version of Poppet jump out of it. That I can do. Heck, you can even have a little explosive in her hands or something. But having it do the weird springing motion that they do, I actually don't know how I would do that. I'm sure it's possible. I mean, everything's possible in this engine. But I don't quite know how. But now I like the idea of what I just described. I always like to say things out loud because some things sound really great in my head and really stupid out loud. And some things sound really stupid in my head and really great out loud. So I just say it all and use that as my method of deciding what makes it to the game and what doesn't. I don't know what font this was using. Probably actually the same as what's on this, I assume. The result. They changed this plugin, how it operates, so that Nope, it's not using one. So now it doesn't remember all the different materials I was using for the dice. And so now I have to go through and find an example of the materials so I remember which ones I was using. Honestly, the insanity messages are probably close. What the heck? I'll just use the number thingies and I'll call it square for now because I don't want them to glow. Where are the insanity messages? Yeah, they changed them all out here, so these are now how they're done. I can just copy that, go over here, and if I do this one here, then I can change it to custom real fast, and then just paste them in, and then I've got to remember. Then I can go through and remove every single instance of this awful thing. I lost so many projects to that stupid change. And had to redo multiple levels because apparently the level had somehow become infected by that. So the levels no longer worked. Even though I deleted the stuff before migration, it didn't matter. We'll fix this problem, or the game's not going to want to start. Why it managed to run without this, I have no idea, but this was not even on the thing. Well, never mind. Of course it's not, because I have to add it. That is fine. I'm just going to set it like this, and then ram it into there. And delete this monstrosity. These need some serious work. They are not even remotely useful. But the plan with them was to make bubbles that you could jump on and then travel with. Basically straight up like, how Mega Man used a little like dog to travel around. Just like that, but with bubbles. It used to be I could just set the variable directly on the thing. But then they decided it had to be set by a reference. Why? Dunno. It's annoying that way, that's why. Oh. Yeah, I probably need to connect that. That's probably helpful. There. We good? We good. Hell yeah. That should fix that ability. Alright. Can I play now? The music didn't start up. That's interesting. But the enemies are spawning in. I guess the encounter system... Well, the encounter system checks the room, so it should have checked for music for the room. That guy's just having a good old time over there, isn't he? Maybe the encounter system's a little overtuned for this room. Can't decide if I moved the thing over slightly too much. I don't think I did that. I think I'm pretty close. There's things you can get outside of like that little secret areas and stuff. Of course, I gotta put more secrets out there, but you know. That's part of that whole game's like 30% done thing. I intended to have 5 areas plus a secret 6th area that's smaller but full of a lot of in-game stuff. I may or may not reduce that amount. Okay, the ceiling is still not high enough. Because that should not be that low. It most certainly is not high enough. You should be able to easily get that key. I wonder why it got moved down. I guess to be fair, it actually doesn't affect the floor at all. The floor's not part of it, so it's actually just kind of wherever it wants to be. Well, that's right, these pipes were not great, but it looks like they're fine now. So those were a good check. This room was a check. You should be able to get that now. That was a problem previous. No problem getting that. Obviously not a problem getting this. See if I can make this jump now. Okay, that's too fast. I can't get to that tiny little room without a problem. If I fit. Oh, that's too low. Right, because I won't be able to jump up here. No. Gotta go a little higher even now. Might be above that, I imagine. That looks about right. You also have to be able to get up here and get this too. Oh, I need the Empress. This. Oh, not a problem at all. Easily get up here. That works. Of course, I'm not on Patrick's key, so I can't actually go that way either. And you can sneak under here, no problem. Perfect, perfect. You were just open the door, but I don't have Patrick's key, so I have to go get it. Alright, just get the Safari room key and run all the way back out there to get the get Patrick's key if I want to go through Patrick's store, or I can just go through Patrick's store by cheating too. I keep restarting. I can just open the door. Oh, wait. You actually use Patrick's key to leave too. So basically you go all the way out to the Empress room out here, grab the key from the corner all the way over here. And then make it back through all this stuff to get there. And then those other rooms over there were optional to get other fun stuff. Including extra abilities that you would really want for this fight. This fight is really overtuned and not the best. I'll set up really there to see what kind of FPS I get. About what I expect. Aha, get hit by a giant block. He's got like 3 phases. His first phase is really easy. Most of the time. Like, that weapon's very effective against him. I made it much more effective so after the last time he was so ridiculous. I was like, okay. It'll quickly change, though. It's a lot of damage. A lot of damage. You're actually only supposed to have the Empress's healing and the Fool and the Magician for this fight. Maybe Temperance if I decide to give it to you. I haven't decided yet, but... And then he started spitting things. I'll try to find him using only what I'm supposed to have to make it more interesting. You a bit confused over there, buddy? I'll heal up if you're confused. That won't always last. I didn't need that many. He also summons helpers. I think he's probably needs some breaks in what he does though. He was so weak that I started adding to his abilities, and then I discovered he just really couldn't aim worth a damn. And once he was able to aim, suddenly he became a lot tougher. He went from being, oh, total loser to actually pretty devastating. This is the first boss, so he's not actually that incredibly hard by comparison. I mean, he's harder than he should be, but... Oh, he's getting heals too now. You suck. Get my curse back. I'm running out. This room set up where, you know, the standing things are on the sides here, and then the curse ones are on the sides. You can turn the lights off if you want more curse opportunities. There's no additional sanity opportunities, just the 2. Eliminate some of these by running by them. They usually destroy themselves. The best bet is to get behind a light. I need to tone this up because it's not powerful enough for like this thing. Plus he tends to get healed by it too, which is really obnoxious and hard for you to deal with. Like, I barely even got a heal out of that. Didn't do that very well. I was trying to dash that way, but I got hit. I barely even got healed there. Nice. I gotta tone the Empress up. It is really weak. So far, this is going swimmingly. Yes. I am winning. Slowly. I did hit him with it. Oh. His projectiles are too powerful. It's pretty obvious they're too powerful. I'm seeing this now. Like, oh, he got the heal. I didn't get the heal. Oh, you suck. Because he's so fast about it. Oh wait, no air dash. Hide behind the lamp. Try to hide behind the lamp. Get hit in the face anyway. Yeah, he's about the same health already. I haven't even really hurt him. I'm back to full again. Oh, kind of full. With my ass. I had to tone down how much he throws. He throws them too fast. Plus his projectiles can knock yours away, so I will beat him with these. I'm gonna tone him down after this, but I wanna see if I can at this point. Well, magicians, you're only hoping hitting him at any kind of distance. He's kicking. Oh, he's doing bad things to me. I'm almost dead again. Damn. You're a savage. You shouldn't even have double jump there. I'm actually just cheating. Oh. Had a couple good hits on him. I'm really hurt. Jesus. Okay, well that's not going well. Ow. I don't know if you can win with these. It's rough. This is way harder than it's supposed to be for this boss, but it's fun to, you know, try to win when you're not supposed to. I mean, I should be able to win because that's the point, but I guess I'll use the thing that would actually do something here. Just don't run straight ever. That's caught on something. I missed him. No. Mean. Somebody's over, dude. The fact that you can just deflect that's the biggest problem, I think. I thought it'd be overpowered for the fight, but it is most certainly not. Heal up a bit. Oh, thanks for that, Missing the Moon. You're just in time to see me see if I can beat this overtuned first boss with just the weapons that are supposed to be used for this fight. And so far it's looking like it's possible, but it is a slow-going fight. I've been at him for like 15 minutes or something. The only healing item allowed to use is the one that actually also heals him if he's nearby. Hey, how's it going? You you game dever? You one of us? I'm so hurt. Oh god. You ain't dead yet? Hey Chumpasaur, how's it going? You make games? What are you making? What you doing? Hopefully you're doing more than getting hit upside the head by Patrick here. You're so mean, Patrick. Step off me, bro. Step off me. That did not affect, was not effective at all. Have it. Give me it. Give me. You moved. You're stuck. Stop moving. Haha. I need a better effect for him dying, but listen. It took 15 minutes to kill the first boss. He's a little overtuned. Also, he brought his Legion. They usually blow themselves up by just getting nearby. Top secret project? No, it's a roguelike. Nice, nice. I'm making a 3D Metroidvania that's you're playing as a woman who's killed and her soul is put into a doll, and she's trying to escape the Whimsy Wonders toy store where all the toys come to life at night. It's more like a theme park if Disney filled it full of evil killer dolls. So it's a small world, basically. And the main mechanic of the game is if you're in the darkness, you lose your sanity, but you gain curse power, which powers all the dolls and gives you your abilities too. If your sanity ever goes below... Oh, this is Poppet, by the way, the main character of the game. Her hair is always trying to kill her. That's not actually true. It's just for some reason her hair is trying to kill her. I don't know. Yeah, as her sanity depletes, she starts to go insane. She decides she's dancing too. If you go back to the light, you gain your sanity back, but you don't gain any curse power. So you have to kind of balance between the two in order to really have abilities, but also not die. She uses tarot cards for abilities, which is what I was switching between. This is the Magician. It's basically... I had her head equipped, my bad. It's basically telekinesis. It lets you pick up small objects like the blocks I was throwing earlier. You can also manipulate light switches, open windows, cupboards, drawers. Pretty useful little ability. I'll use it in here to show you the platforming things here. I have double jump. I have all the things equipped at the moment, so I try not to use the things I'm not supposed to have in the room, but I fail. How spooky it looks? Thanks. Normally there would be a thing you could get in here, and there's clues on where to find them and everything, but since I have everything unlocked, you know, dev privilege, you know. This is the Fool. It's a giant squeaky toy. Useful for bonking things that get in the way. The encounter system will spawn stuff everywhere. Thanks for the follow, Missing the Moon. Can also break things with it. Very exciting. The way I was intending to go was actually this way. Yeah. Put this light on real quick. Because after beating Patrick, you go back into this room, and then it unlocks the door for you go farther into the building. But too much more, I gotta go type everything. Have fun stream. Oh, I totally get it. Yeah, thanks for the rating. Yeah. Let me shout you out too. I was so busy fighting Patrick, oh, apparently I did not type out on there. Shout out. Yeah, so oh yeah, it takes a picture in the menu too whenever you of whatever is currently happening. And sometimes the pictures are great because they're just the most bizarre things in the world. Such as this bloody mess. They're just like, this happened. I'm gonna make a way where you can actually save them as screenshots, but I tend to screenshot them from my Discord. They can all enjoy the party. But yeah, thanks again for the raid. I got stabbed in the face. Oh, jerk, stabbing me in the face like that. Alright, and then for the other people, this is the Empress. One of its abilities you saw earlier, it makes these mushrooms that they count to 10 and they can be triggered by anyone nearby, causing them to heal everyone nearby. I appreciate it. And yes, that's what we want. Okay, the building is now too high up. So is the roof too low? Is that the problem? I'll figure it out in a bit. But now I know that's a thing. Gotta get my sanity back because I was staring at the wall. And the other half of it is the red mushrooms deal damage to anything nearby. I wasn't using them in that fight because you're not supposed to have them this early on, so I was trying to beat Patrick with the only abilities you're supposed to have. You might have temperance for the fight, I haven't decided. I would have had one other ability if that's the case. Anyway, you can use a magician to open doors too, so. The chapel. Where you would get the Hierophant. But I have the Hierophant, so I don't have to get it. There's these possessed objects, and they don't like you. You try to jump on them, they're gonna do bad things. They're gonna throw you places. That's where the Hierophant comes in. If the Hierophant's active, they'll behave, allowing you to basically platform with them. It does drain your curse, so you had best hurry. I always do a bit of a backup when I go to jump for some reason. Don't know why. It's power, I seem to do it every time. If you go really fast, the encounter system will often leave you a little more alone, but not entirely. This weapon's actually really good for just dealing with these things because it just knocks them up. Huh. Anyway. It just knocks them off the thing and you're just like, well, guess I don't gotta worry about that one. More of them will keep spawning, so it's not like there's a cap. Curse doesn't really leave you alone. There's lots of secret ways you can go in these two. I just, I'm kind of getting only the necessary things since I have every ability unlocked. I'm going to cheat and use double jump there. You would not have it. Where are you at? I have questions. That does seem almost kind of epic. You're just looking like, except for the thing sticking through there. But if you ignore the piece of wood sticking through the top, it's almost an epic shot. Just saying. If you ignore that it's not epic, it's epic. Pretty certain those are the words that I just uttered. This is where you first encounter Charlotte. Charlotte's like a roving pit. Well, you're supposed to encounter Charlotte here. Hey, how you doing, buddy? Pal, friend? I'm just gonna ride one of these free landmines up. They're helpful landmines. They launch you into the sky at the price of life. Just like real landmines, except for Poppet's a little more durable than your average person, apparently. If you can survive the landmine, and, well, most people don't usually do so well. I guess if I had magical hero powers, I could probably do it too. This is a Wheel of Fortune. It rolls dice. The white dice heal you based on what it rolls, and the black dice deal damage to anything nearby. Based on what they roll. Somewhere down there is Charlotte, who is apparently not moving for whatever reason. She hides in the smoke, and you really want to be careful around her because she's just an instant kill, so... She's my roving pit. She's a big old ghost girl. She's actually not particularly big at all. She's also just sitting there for reasons I don't understand right now. Oh no! Wanna move now, buddy? Why are you sitting? There's a nav mesh, right? There should be. How you doing, buddy? Well, you're much creepier if you're moving. What to ruin my fun? Jeez. Huh. Normally you have to lure her away from the secret room over here, but... Did I ever I need to finish the secret room too, I forgot about that. Meow. That was mean. Deserved, but mean. This is Temperance, it's a bubble wand. It bubbles stuff. They will eventually break out of the bubble, but... You just keep hitting with it. Pretty effective against trash enemies. Or things that are in the sky. I was just saying I need more ranged weapons because of the fact that a lot of enemies that are in the sky are really hard to hit. It's awful at point blank range though. It doesn't stop them from attacking either, that's another thing to note. I did add some things in this room. I think this room needs a bunch of stuff done to it though. I keep going back and forth between having the toys be living in the world and then being rescuable and taken to the painting world. And the painting world becomes almost irrelevant if I take them out, so I'm kind of resigned to keep them there so I can have a cool little city you build. But sometimes I wish I could just put them in the rooms because it gives more to do in the rooms. So there's that. Depending upon how far in I go, it might be that the painting world does do that. There's like lots of hidden keys in here. Seems like a smorgasbord of hidden keys. It's entirely extra room where you can get a bunch of keys to get to places you couldn't normally get to, including an extra ability upgrade. Is there no light down here? Uh-oh. I didn't realize there was no light. Well, we're going to cheat and use the Sun Tarot. Sun Tarot just makes a light. That's it. That's all it does. It makes a light. It's like one of the earliest abilities I made and I never did finish it. Can't gain curse power while it's active, obviously, because it's a light and you're in the light, so... Yeah. It's not very fun. It's probably getting changed. I'm not sure why I'm taking this way up and not the other. The words, you can't actually hit the words. They're actually just there because you're going up. That's all. You can just jump straight through them. They're not really there. You're the only one who actually sees them. I need to put a light down there, I guess. You don't really have a lot of time in this room. I can see that now. I used to have a light on the grounds, though. I didn't really think about it, but I forgot that I need to fix this room after taking the other crap out. Oh yeah, that key's in an awkward location. I just got the library key, but I don't have any of the keys to go the other direction. Otherwise, you could actually go back out the other way. I can do this, though. Oh, I was gonna do all four of them. Like a champ. Guess I'm just gonna jump my way up. I do kind of miss having the store in this area, though. But it does give me something else to do, rescuing toys. I don't know. The argument rages on. I think what'll decide it is if, as I get closer and closer to the deadline I have for trying to release this, which is like 14 months, where I'm at. And if something has to be cut because it can't be done in the reasonable time. Because I want to release around Halloween of 2026, right? Because, I mean, this is clearly a Halloween game. Like, seriously. There is no better time to release than then. Also, this is clearly not there yet, so... That building does not match up at all. The fact that it puts stuff in this pipe is so much more exciting. The fact that it's random pots is kind of weird, though. Now she's moving. She's decided to play. Yay! What you doing? How are you? This is a star. We trade sanity for health and health for sanity. Depending upon which way you spin it. I'm spinning it for health. Spin it this way, it does sanity. So you can travel farther in the dark with it if you want. Pretty useful for that. These new signs are really hard to read. I need to make up for the changes they made in the engine. Also, it made the smoke seem like it's way harder to see. It didn't seem this hard to see through in the past, but seems pretty hard to see through now. I actually just want courage back. I don't even want my sanity back. I'm doing good on that. I guess I get all the extras even though I technically already have them. But you would have to go this way to get one of the extras. I'm cheating and using double jump. I shouldn't be doing that. You can make that without double jump. Perfect. If you have the keys for these things, you can open up and get permanent upgrades. They tell you what it is and they give you a clue. I haven't been bothering to get them. I probably should be. But upgrades are for losers anyway. I don't need upgrades. We'll worry about Charlotte in a second because she appears over here and it's problematic. .6 is a great version of Unreal Engine. Actually, that one might be my fault, to be fair. I was working on to make it where you can grab and throw things with the magician, like that, then break, but they mostly just seem to break before they go anywhere. These are movable lights. Of course, they can get blocked by those things. I guess I use the moon on it. Just throwing off the moon to deal with that. The moon makes clones of you, and then you can detonate the clones or deal damage to stuff. They'll also attack the clones. So. The moon does not seem to blow those up. Not lagtastic in this area, but 5.6 seems to have stolen about 20 FPS from the game. I don't have a good solution for that yet, other than hoping that the next, like, 5.61 fixes all the garbage that they did to make it worse than 0.6. I'll do what I can to optimize on my end even more, but sometimes They do things that aren't always beneficial. Careful not to land on her. That's Charlotte. Everyone say hi to Charlotte. Hey Charlotte, how you doing? Don't get hit by Charlotte. I'm eventually gonna give her a jump scare thingy, but she doesn't have one yet, so she mostly just chases you around obnoxiously. I made her slow so you could actually escape her, otherwise it would be really lame. I still have to make a music puzzle. A working piano. That's something. Plenty of lights on it too, so. The safe place to be. Yay! No, that was mean. Guess I already had it equipped, huh? I still have to go through and make it so everything just appears too. Not all the abilities even appear yet. Some of them do. It's just other ones got made after I did that, and I've never gone back and done it. So. Oh, they slide. That's so fun. I guess I could use the Hermit again. This is a weird ability. The Hermit creates things behind you, and then you can detonate them. Basically, you're running away from things. And it also has a shield that causes them to deal damage to your curse instead. Basically about running away. Supposedly about running away. It works. Hard to tell if it's actually working at this point, though. Maybe it is, but... that shield is real hard to see inside of the pipes. Turn them off. Stealth mode. She's just ducking. It's not actually stealth mode. That's why I replaced these, so now you can run around the building. Yay! But where's the key? Uh-oh. There's supposed to be a key here. Oh no! That ruins everything. I was redesigning this, but I guess I didn't account for that. I can't get the key. I guess I can't progress. Damn, that's unfortunate. Where's the key at? Also, the building's too high and the roof is too low. Important things. We inside the building? No. That is the playroom key. Oh, wait, no, one higher. Yeah, it's inside the thing. So it was impossible to get, unfortunately. Originally, there was a bunch of pipes out here and everything. You were kind of bouncing around some of the pipes, but I came to the conclusion it might be more fun to be able to fight out there. And now I'm still restructuring the building. But yeah, the key should have been here. And then you would continue on. Unfortunately, to do that, I would now have to unlock all these doors because I have no means of getting through them. Unless I redo all that, and I don't really plan on doing that. I mean, technically I can actually get through this door without that, so I don't need to unlock that door. I just have to unlock this one because, well, again, I'm not really going to redo all that. I don't think anyone wants to watch me read it. Maybe they do. It's possible. Yeah, maybe. I have to have a music for outside, too. So I'll have to set some sort of room thing if you're not in a room. I don't know. I'll figure something out for the outside world. Everything's based around cubes, so it's... Wait, where's the music on this room? I guess it doesn't have music? Really? That's terrible, because it's the music room. That just seems like a party foul. There's also some toys you could rescue in here, too. Guess we're cheating. Fair enough. It's not like ducking actually does anything. I just periodically do it for no apparent reason. It's good for getting through small areas, but clearly this is not a small area. Oh, I'm on this side. I'm on this side. You get me. I dare you attack my lamp. What a jerk. Collision on this lamp is kind of crap. Not like this plant. Only one of them was actually supposed to be here. The other one I put there is for testing purposes. You're supposed to rescue this one here and drag her back to the painting world. I landed on Charlotte. Oops. I landed on Charlotte. That was dumb. I assume it puts me back at the start of the game. That is less good. Okay, well. I can just grab the key and then get to the next area. I should be making notes of everything I need to fix. There's lots of dumb crap that needs to be fixed, I'm sure. So, I probably want to build my sanity back up. I'm going to cheat. He's actually slowly shrink if you hold him too long. You can throw them places. Wait, what? I don't count as being in the room? Wait, what? Why did the cube not work? Weird. I like her dress physics. Her dress is actually 4 pieces. Oh no, get away from me. Another painting you can unlock, dude. Ow. Place to use the star. Actually turned out to be quite overpowered because you could just run away from the enemies. That was just the best strategy, where you just activate it and run away and try to find a light as much as you can to mitigate the effects of the star's sanity drain. That's it. All you had to do. Very good. Let's cheat. Should've jumped on the top of that though. Turned it off. That's still a bit finicky. Oh, who am I kidding? I can just go through this door now. He's not nearby. Through the door, quick! Quick! Let's say text still. Nice. This room really is a simple game. You know, you're just trying to... You can go to the safe spots to be safe, and Charlotte is trying to catch you, so... Don't get caught. I typically recommend just outright avoiding the smoke if you can. It's pretty dangerous. I do not really recommend going into it. I gotta fix the text on those. We hanging out, we doing our thing. We dancing. Get my sanity back. That's the super dangerous way. You can go that way if you want. It is possible to get through, but a lot of deaths have come from trying to go that way. It's out there making noise. It's like 2 a.m. But they sound like they're just having fun, so hopefully they're just having fun and they're not like bashing my car. That'd be sad. Smoke's dangerous, but if you see her in a different direction, the smoke's pretty safe. She can teleport to the smoke, though, so it is dangerous even then. She only usually does it if you're too far away. The inappropriate idle dance is still funny. Watch move back and forth, something to do. Whoa, 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 whoa. Why, hello there. Kind of doing her thing. Kind of tweaking out a little bit. It's the forbidden hallways. Look at how exciting it is. They're watching you. They know what you're doing. They mostly just silently judge you. In your obvious poor performance. As you phase through a thing like that. I like them though, because they just watch. Because they don't do anything, they just judge you. See how bad my jump was? I just got judged. Big time. Whoa, whoa, buddy. You stay down there and I'll stay up here. How about that? Oh, nope, don't fall off. But now for round 2 of this game. I don't think I've actually done this change since I adjusted the cost on the Hierophant. I just fell off like an idiot. Nice. Well, we're probably going to cheat our way back up on that one. I don't know if I want to run all the way back. Alright, dev cheating. That would be the punishment, though. You'd have to run all the way back. Which I'm not in the light. Every time I do this, the lag changes. So it makes all the jumps different because... Well, it's just gotta hold it for different times. It's very weird. But the game's actually, you know, packaged. I'm not streaming it. It gets closer to 60 FPS, so it's a very different game at that point. But it is really very hard to do. This lag, I guess I'm not used to it. I lost about 20 FPS due to 5.6. And that has been making these jumps much difficult. Not usually this hard, though. I'm usually much better than this. Just hang out here, get my sanity back, try again. Like I said, I'm just being judged by them. They know what I did. They know how bad I am. Yeah, you made the game. You can't even make those jumps. You're terrible. Oh my god. I kind of want him to actually say things. This one's even more judging. It's just looking down upon you. At all times. But that's really the best you got, huh? Wow. Can't believe you made this game. I mean, how did you even successfully make it if you can't even make a simple jump? One of the hardest collectibles to get in the game is over there so far. I mean, this is only the first chapter, so it's not the hardest collectible, but the hardest collectible in the first chapter is over there, and it's rough. It is not easy to get. It is so hard to get without falling. I don't think it really matters which one I use here, but this might be kind of handy potentially. Well, we'll try to reach out of the smoke and grab you. But it seems like the smoke is way harder to see through. Like, it didn't used to be this bad. Clearly too much, which makes me wonder what happened. Because the change from this to that shouldn't have been that much. That is impossible as either. I mean, I'm assuming Charlotte's moving around down there. You can't really move around up here because there's nowhere for her to crawl around, so it's kind of a little weird. Oh yeah, I couldn't even see. Wow. Well, it's good to test these things out. That didn't used to be the case, but welcome to 5.6. I don't know what they did different to my stuff. It's not possible to continue from here. Well, I guess I could do the whole game over. Anyway, I'll take a quick bio break real fast, and then I'll just show you the boss of the area. And then I'll get back to fixing things. I'll be right back. Let's continue here. Well, once you get that key, you were supposed to platform your way back across here and then open this door. Which I should probably go to mode to make it where you can actually beat this game, you know? Like, without problems. Just saying. Stuff spawns in there a little slow. Try to fix that. That's okay. This is Boo. Let's see if she's smart today. Sometimes she's just stupid. Did you break somehow? Have you just like... Am I going to reset just because you broke right at the start? Fair enough. Don't know why she broke there. Welcome to... Oh, it was an ad break anyway. Right. So anyway. Perfect time for her to break. Right during an ad break. If that ad break in, so I at least can show her off to people. Like a 30 seconds left on the ad break. Just dancing, getting all limbered up. Apparently she doesn't move her legs much for that. And by the candle, get my sanity back real quick. 2 seconds. Your community is back. Alright. Well, don't break this time, lady. I've never seen her break like that, so. Now, I can fly! Yay! You're taking a beating. Cough lately here. What's up that? Must be the good stuff I'm drinking. Right, quit this. Should actually be using the Empress to heal. I don't think I give you any other healing abilities, so you should actually have Temperance by this point. You can't bubble a boss, so you can do damage to her. She's got 3 phases, just like the other boss. Each one gets progressively much more obnoxious. I did a bunch of work to make her actually able to hit you occasionally with those things. But she still doesn't always close in to do it very well. That being said, it's probably good she doesn't, because it's just so much damage. Believe it or not, the damage in this game is very Dark Souls-like. Not intentional, but because there are stat upgrades and I don't grab any of them for my testing. It would be fun if I had access to upgrades like that. I'll take the ability upgrades because those are needed to play the game, but base stats only for purposes of quitting. But she does, like, I think about, I don't know, 20 to 25% of your health on every hit, so you really don't get many hits. You're basically expected to heal a lot or dodge like crazy, I guess. The little pins don't do as much damage, but if she gets hit by the big pin, it does a lot of damage. 23, it's a random amount between a certain amount, but the third phase takes basically forever. Is the best way to describe it. Like, it is extremely hard. This first phase is kind of a gimme. She starts summoning some helpers. She gains like a couple attacks on her second phase. It's nothing that great. Like basically about 50% health is when the battle really begins. I actually lowered her health because of how ludicrous it was. She's just playing with you at the moment. Just like Patrick started out by just playing with you and then it takes forever to beat him. Where are you going? I don't know why she runs away sometimes. She's got it in her head that she wants to go somewhere. I've just decided she's a diva. And I don't pay her enough. To be fair, I don't pay her at all, so... What you doing? Huh? You just wandering off? Making me look bad? Because you're a diva, isn't it? Uh-huh. Let's see. Someone's gonna need a lot of extra working on. Where are you going? What are you doing to that fence? I have questions. So many questions. Huh. Well, huh. Maybe your AI will fix itself in the third phase. I don't know. Or maybe it'll just be really disappointing. It wouldn't be the first time she disappointed me. It won't be the last, I'm sure. Patrick worked great. Why is Patrick so much smarter? He's supposed to be stupid. That's the whole point. Meanwhile, you're supposed to be like way smarter than that. To be fair, everyone's supposed to be smarter than Patrick. I just feel bad. And now you're just sitting there doing some weird thing with your foot. I'm very excited that she can do weird things with her feet. I'm very excited that her movement is way better because I did upgrade it to the game animation samples movement. I'm very sad that she in fact has not triggered her third phase even once. And appears to be broken. Why have you not triggered your third phase even once? Really? You're just not gonna do it, huh? Guess I know what I'm fixing, huh? It used to work. Okay, well, I don't know what's wrong with her, but let's figure that out. Well, let's see if I can fix her problems. Because at this point, I don't think she's going to do it. But anyway, in her third phase, normally, she summons 5 helper minions and then gets an invincible shield for as long as, you know, they're alive. And those minions will heal her. She still fights and everything like that. But then she also spins the entire battlefield, making it hard to stay where the lights are. And also anything that you place on the battlefield then moves away, so it's really hard to target a lot. You guys have to murder those 5 minions as quick as possible in order to bring her shield down, or she'll heal a whole bunch, and then you're, you know, potentially back to an earlier phase of the fight. And it can take a long time when she starts doing that. It's pretty obnoxious. But she apparently just doesn't want to do that. Look at her AI. There's no reason you shouldn't have done it. I thought maybe I just had set it up where she wasn't using the other phases. Actually, there's one other place I'd have to check too, because this just tells her what the instructions are to do, then all the information is done on her thing. No need to send the information back and forth. I just named all the actions and said, yeah, do this. Special check, huh? That one's fine. And special check 2 should have runs the diabolic shield check. There. I'm pretty certain I broke this intentionally. I think is how it goes to nowhere. I had a weird gathering ability for her, but the thing was is I took out the main mechanic for that there, so I don't understand why it would be a problem when that mechanic isn't there. Puppet Master. Every phase is this phase. Do you work now? I want to basically make the... I want to rule out that it's, you know, the programming, the ability itself that's got something broken. Maybe it's just something where she's no longer triggering that particular thing on her AI, which would be a different thing I need to look at. That's why I can shoot her with the little justice pistol. Pistola. Pistol. Pew, pew, pew. Ow. There should be a timer. I'll put a print strings on our timer thing on the command if it's not working after this. There appears to be something where the enemies will just freeze. And Poppet will do it too, where they can't move anymore. It just happened to her too. It's like some sort of interrupt thing. But it's happened on Poppet a bunch of times. Where she can still perform action, she just cannot move. Hmm. Didn't I move the attack targets to the other thing? I thought I did. Keep making all these updates to these things. Make an attack. Usability. Oh, that's right. I made it where there was a thing on here. I gotta stop bouncing around between things because sometimes I bounce around between things and forget how I programmed it and have to go back and figure it out again. It doesn't take that long usually, but I just gotta remind myself, like, oh yeah, that. Well, there's an uninterrupted here. I don't even disable her movement. I really gotta start writing some notes on this stuff. Interesting. And she already has a print string available, so it should be telling me what the last attack was that she had. Balancing and bosses and like, all this stuff is so much more work than you ever think it is. It's fun, it's interesting, but the bug testing is rough. It's not actually saying her things. Why? Why aren't you saying anything? It's literally where she's commanding her stuff. So without this, it wouldn't do anything. Hmm. You were defeated by move? There's a flaw in the move command? Let's see. Well, you did reach her, but there's a flaw in the move command. Why is it issuing a move command to her? The command name should be whatever these are. It should not say move at all. It should be based on those. That's weird. Oops. Well, this should be a catch-all in case it issues a command she shouldn't get. Because right now, what happens is she gets a command that she doesn't understand and her entire loop breaks. She never reports back and it causes her to freeze. Where did those move commands come from? It issued a bunch of move commands to her initially, as evidenced by here. Awesome, I'll say move, and then all those. There's only at the very beginning and did move. Now she has her field and it spins around, so you get an idea of more like what it's like for her final phase. So that works. It's just that move thingy. Where is she getting moved from? Half tempted to make gameplay tags instead of these puppet commands, so that I can just be like, oh look, they have this gameplay tag, perfect. The switch on gameplay tag for everything I want to do. Might happen, but I gotta change a lot if I do that. I don't know if I want to do that. Doesn't mean you can't really mistype it. I'm just confused where move is coming from because nowhere does it state move is a command. Not the word move. It's a string it's seeing that says move on it. And clearly it's finding it on her graph. Yeah, the first time it does those three, and then after that it's fine. Why? It has no default command. Something is literally assigning it the move command. Is it the interactables? Gotta be these. I'm assigning to them first. I guess to be fair, I didn't account for these removable objects screwing things up. Now they can flub anybody with these things, and unless you have a move command, it doesn't know what to do. And even if you did, then it would just simply force you to do the same, whatever that move command was at the start of every fight, which is not good. I guess to be fair, not everything is a possessed object. This is a flaw in my coding, though. That is true. Yeah, I was trying to fix the problem with these. Well, these shouldn't even trigger it because they aren't possessed objects. I show the yellow on that one. I don't know, it would be considered a doll face. Enemy, sure. The move wasn't issued. Makes me think that just doing the print command was enough to lag it so that it didn't switch it. But he keeps checking enemy. So default happens quite a bit in there. You can't just drag directly over, but you can get the debug string for a gameplay tag in order to use a print string to say what it's saying over and over. Seems to work. I guess it just fixes the problem, though. I guess I'm going to have to include a default on all of them. It's not ideal. But ever since I switched them to be all being controlled by the same central intelligence, had some issue for certain. But I mean, it's been pretty good overall. Been way better for performance. Oop. Lost up here, yo. Might just be a question of it taking long enough to put those things that it was able to not say move to her. Did it again. Basically, as long as I include this, it solves the problem. So fine just to fix it for the bosses, and I don't know if I care about the regular enemies so much that they die so fast. But for bosses, put this one out, but it's kind of got its own little thing going, so I'm not sure if I want to keep it or not, but if I do, I'll put this in just to remind myself. Also make your life easier for the ones that actually have something they do. Probably just do it on all of them, to be honest. Problem is, it's a lot of dudes. So, be a moment while I go through and fix them all, I guess. Just a future fix, I guess. This isn't even one that actually does anything. In a perfect world, I wouldn't need a backup plan like this, but it just seems so much better to have the backup plan, and then if it happens to be necessary, then maybe their behavior will be weird for like one time, and then they'll go back to being normal. Or the mortar doesn't do anything yet. Never got around to finishing that one. This one already has it. Look at me being all smart that one time and then being stupid and not putting on everything else. Good job, me. Doesn't even have a graph. I'm gonna close a bunch of these extra ones there and then just reopen them. These has character behaviors now. Means I need to fix her if I'm gonna keep her. She has an old style movement thing. Good for her. Yeah, she just looks around. Some of this game dev music is maybe not my favorite. This would be one. Wait, this is like using a completely different system. This is the old system that I just wrote out of the game. Pretty soon I got everyone that mattered. I don't think anybody else has anything that they do yet. I should fix that problem. Flaw in the system that will need to be resolved at some point. This room needs music of some sort. Why does it trigger nothing? That's not right. Should at least trigger the default music if there's nothing. Unless there's just no music for this room entirely. Most things in the game are controlled by Poppet. She's the music box. Whenever the room is informed to her, she'll change the music. Maybe because she's just crazy. It's possible. Probably listed as the music room or something stupid, or there's just no music room. Because it listed as a reading room. The bug on my keyboard. Or flying thing. Oh, went away. I was like, really? Really? I'm sure that's the music I want for there, but you know, it's just music I could have there. I have so many random tracks. Those aren't very good though. That was interesting. Not for this. Horrible. Not for this room, but in a different room. I could use it in the chapel. There's some other religious places later on as well. Significantly later on. I remember the chapel music being kind of crap. Like, it was so unnoticeable that you just kind of like, oh yeah, well, that was there. Like, what was it? I don't hate the chapel music. First I was like, maybe, now I'm like, eh. I heard all these. How do you recycle funny horror a lot? I gotta go through the rest of my music, find stuff that's not terrible. I guess I haven't used this one yet, but I don't think I'll use it there necessarily. Oh, yeah. I like this track for a specific area, but I don't think the music room is it. But to be fair, the music I have currently in there is not good because it's usually the music Charlotte has when she shows up. And I really don't want... I'll go through these. Half the tracks either sound like complete nonsense that has nothing to do with anything, and the other half sound like they're ready to fight a boss. Maybe I'll put that in there just so I have something different going on in there. I don't... Seems so epic for what that is, though. Can't use that. And it sounds so epic for what from freaking music room. Plus, it also has voices in it, which nothing else has voices in this game. I wonder about that. Huh. Probably not. I took all the music from the other game I was making and put it in here because I picked out some tracks I liked for that game, but most do not fit this game at all. This one's called Broken Keys. I like the name idea. Go over the room and I think I have one track. I don't remember which one it was, but maybe I'll test them out and just see what just I'm feeling. You know? Like, it can't be the same music. I can recycle music if I want from other rooms. I might, but I don't know why this room would have special music, but it does kind of have an epic look to it. Sure. Not like unepic. Kinda. What was the music I picked? I forgot. Not quite what I want, but yeah, the building is super far off. I don't like it for this room because it seems way too over the top. But I don't dislike this one. A lot of it is because there's a piano in it. That's the main, instrument in it, so it really fits a room with a giant piano in it. Not horrible. Sure, you can stay for now. Okay, so let's say I go outside. When I go outside, I have to assume we basically have rooms out here, and there's no actual encounters out here yet. The rooms are pretty much encapsulated in there. I basically need to create little rooms for outside. Let's pick one that doesn't have a bunch of crap in it so I can save myself some effort. Not like a huge amount of effort saved, but I might as well save any effort. This particular track is clearly not going in my game. Oh, that's right. Don't ever do it that way. It needs to be exactly about where the length of this is, so no more, no less. Oops, again, I shouldn't be using that. I should be positioning the building first before I position this, you know? Guess I'm just gonna move with the building, huh? It's like the whole building is moved over in both directions. Oh wait. That's not true at all, because the building itself is not strapped to any of these walls on the inside. This door just needs to be moved over. I had to go back through and add more secrets and like that. See, when you backtrack, there's more things to go back to. You'll have to go back to all these areas a bunch of times to find stuff. I need some secret ways that are only available if you happen to have those other tarots and things like that. Of course, I haven't really made up all the abilities yet, so it's kind of hard to do some level design for abilities that don't exist yet. So I occasionally sneak things in later when I go, oh yeah, that's something. And that really helps out. Like, I don't have to have everything immediately. To be honest, most of this looks completely fine except this door is off again, too. It's mostly this one wall. Every other wall looks like it's perfectly fine. Maybe slightly far off to the side, I guess, but this one just appears to be really high up for some reason. Like, I thought it'd be really bad, but it's kind of not. I was trying to fix all these stupid boards. Flying away. It looks like it's fine. I don't see any other walls that are messed up particularly. I mean, this one could be slightly far over to the side. I don't know, everything's slightly off, but it just is, so... But this should have been moved with those walls. Sure, I moved the whole building, but the building didn't have anything to do with the interior walls. Hmm. I'm still gonna have to restructure this whole building later. Where did I put the other thing? Back to city folder again. Kind of handy to have that sort of thing. There's a really strong argument for putting the windows only on the levels themselves, but then I got to position them in every one of these things. But what they are around there right now, it loads a bunch of windows it doesn't need to for every floor, which is just more crap that doesn't need to be loaded. Like over time, I'm gonna make the building much better, so that's not a thing. And these are all just going to share the same name, so I don't really care about that. As far as the city goes, what do I even have that could be for it? Very sinister. Use this for a cave once to give you an ominous feel in the cave. Maybe. Takes so long to get going. Obviously not. What I'm gonna do is I'm gonna put one that I think is okay, and then I'm just gonna keep adding to them until I find the one I want, or just keep swapping it. I probably should have swapped this between maps too. I had multiple ones there, so this way I could keep it more better separated. I think because as this is right now, it's going to be really long and hard to find things because there's what 22 rooms in the first thing there, and by the end there'll probably be like 110 rooms, which I guess all in one thing isn't the worst, but I could swap by the map names, get the actual level name, and then have a string select between the various chapters and then multiple room musics. Wouldn't be a bad choice. Be a lot easier to find things. Do I have a level name variable? I might. I really don't just grab that at like the start. Oh, I saved it as most recent map. Sure. A little weird choice. Level name would have probably made more sense to me, but fine. Now I can have all my music set aside for. I need 6 areas. The things. Um, call it. Did I name you? I have to double check. I had them written somewhere. They're not all in these level spawn points. I don't have level spawn points for all of them yet, so of course I'll have to figure it out. Find this information real fast. Actually, the saved info might have. Didn't name him here either. Did here. Probably change chapter 5's name. I'm debating on that. For now, I can stay. Because I don't quite know if I want to do that or not. I to make some decisions on the story if I want to make a tweak to make a better chapter name for that. It's also possible it gets removed from the game entirely, combined with 6. Could easily happen. In this order to make it easier to keep track of. Over the painting world doesn't really have rooms, but it's possible it will gain them. I keep seeing movement out of the corner of my eye, but it's... I don't know what it is. Because there's nothing there. But I keep thinking, oh, maybe it's a chat. What's a chat? Huh. Anyway, doesn't matter. So chapter 2 is room music. Got to compile the blueprint, and then it should lose all the names there, so I'll have to do them all again. Or not. Yeah, I kept them all. So chapter 2 doesn't need these ones here. What I need to write up also is a an actual play order of what the second chapter is, because I wrote it up for the first one. And that helped me really keep an idea of where I was going to put stuff. It helped me split up where everything was a lot better. I don't have going with this one. I don't even remember where all the keys are. The exact path is sort of in my head. But only sort of, you know? That seems more like somewhere else. I'm going to delete a bunch of these, and then I'm going to copy this one, so I don't have to delete them all again, you know? These are all fine. In fact, I'm just going to yank it out of here. I'll put it as like those ones there, just so I remember it exists. Otherwise, I'll forget. It's not part of chapter 2. So the only music I've actually picked for these were these ones here. The control room's the same thing. I've actually only picked 4 music for that one. Nice. Good to know. Puzzle sort a bit if I can. I expect there to be a lot of music for this game. Because otherwise the music will get really tiring, because you're in a lot of the rooms for quite a while. I mean, the rooms are deceptively large. Well, some of them are especially, but even the small rooms might take you, you know, a handful of minutes. I don't mind recycling the same music over a couple of smaller rooms. It's not like I have infinite music to pull off of, but, you know, you could probably, probably do it better, I imagine. I'd like, you know, a few extra tracks in here and make it a little more interesting. Actually, I can do this better. I can just simply set one variable. Call it music, like a music library or something, sure. Go to music here. And then for each of these, I can just go whatever. Probably get all of it. Nope. All this because I don't want to have to scroll through a million things. It was going to get pretty bad, I'm not going to lie. And they aren't going to need particular order because you can't reorder these types of variables anyway. I'm going to delete this one. And then I'm just going to duplicate one of the ones that's not ridiculous. Actually, I'm just going to go ahead and go down the list and make them all right now. I probably should have deleted the extra ones. Of course, deleting them all is easy. You just click that. Technically, I can use any of these musics too if I want. Some of them aren't too bad. But I mean, they're like free music, so they've probably been used a million times. Possibly the Penny World will get rooms. I don't know. Like the problem is this is effectively 7 world, and I am concerned about the 7 world problem. That is a lot of worlds, especially with only 14 months to really finish all this up, and a second job, well, a regular job. Forcing you to work 40 hours on that, it really does kind of limit what I am probably going to be able to pull off. That's my guess anyway. So let's compile this. We good? We good? I also have default music for those ones there. The Painting World doesn't have music in it, but it will soon, especially when I delete the one out of here. No, there's a blank in here. There should not be. It's just called Painting World, so. I'm pretty certain I changed the map because I had to remake it. Maybe I didn't. Let's double check before I get all crazy about this. Yeah, it's just called Painting World. Like I say, all these things had problems that had to be fixed, and was basically what happened. I had no choice but to remake every single map. And it was awful. It was really awful. I forgot where I was picking music. Oh, I was picking music for the city. Wait. Now I'm going to want the city ones directly in there. Because I'm going to change it for every level, I think, that you're in, so it can get darker as you go along. Freak Show's already defaulted over here, right? Yeah. I'm not going to have different music for the same room in a different chapter. I'm just going to stick with one music for everything. Because the chapters are the names of the maps. It used to be named after the levels of the building, but then I realized that the chapters would bounce between levels, so it didn't really work very well. I don't have any of the... I haven't even started the Chapter 3 map. Like, I don't even have a concept yet for it. That's why I think that maybe some of these chapters might get fused together. Like 5 and 6 probably get fused at some point, is my guess. Purely because it's a lot of maps to get done in 14 months. If I had 24 months, or sorry, 26 months, wouldn't be a problem, but I also don't think I have 26 months, so it'd be like 2027 release the game on Halloween would be pretty hard to go that long without making any money or anything on it. Anyway, I'm always going to use a music for this. I don't remember which one. I like this track, but I don't think I like it for a city necessarily. After all, it's a city at night. Did I use you? No. Not horrible. I'm gonna put this one first, and then I'm going to swap if I like it better. I'm also missing some rooms. Because there are 19 rooms here. Let me put this on here first so I don't forget. And there is more than that. There really is. There's one. Let me see if I do this. 2, 3, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17. 18 and then 19 and then outside would be 20, so I'm missing one right off the bat, and then I'm not even doing the washroom or Charlotte's room. I wonder what I'm missing. If I just out of the city, does the new life room not have one? It's not. Hmm. Gotta tell it to loop, otherwise it won't do it. So you'll create a sound cue and then you just, click loop. Make a sound cue by right clicking and selecting create cue. Not a bad track. I don't think it's the first track I want. I think it's a track for someone that's a lot more menacing. A lot more menacing. Let's use the cue, not the thing. I don't know, I look away from the camera whenever I'm listening to music. It's weird. It's not like turning my ears is going to make any difference. I have earbuds in. But for some reason, I always do that. I just turn my head. I think it's because I don't want my eyes to be distracting me by looking at all sorts of bright crap. Don't like it. using it. Kind of already using it. That's almost a good city one. Oh, thanks for the follow, Bumedi996. How's it going? Hi to you as well. I'm busy trying to pick out assorted musics for my playlist over here. Oh, nice. You interested in game dev? Pretty good. I was just playing through playtest earlier of a bunch of stuff. Found lots of things that were broken because that's how it works. And kind of fixing them, kind of derping around. Got myself some pale ale, so my coding skills have gained +10. That's not how it works, by the way. It does not give plus. Maybe +10 to my creativity. It's like -10 to my programming skills, but But the happiness factor has gone up. Now, I love game dev. I would do it even if I wasn't drinking. Alright, listen to those ones. I need music for when you step outside onto these little things out here and see the city, basically, is what I'm trying to find. Like, you'll step out. Probably. Or when you're out here looking around, I need music. Also, it didn't even trigger a thing, which is but it's supposed to do something. Probably. Maybe. If I go inside and then go back out, it'll fix it. How old am I? Basically ancient, like dawn of time. Oh my god. Yeah, I'm actually 44. That's right. Basically a youngin. Nice, nice. Well, at least you're getting into game dev at a, early age. Kind of early age that, means you might actually make a game. A lot of people get into it, but then they spend like a million years and they never make a game. You've still got hope, I believe. Unless you fail, in which case I no longer believe. But as long as you don't fail, I believe. I'm very magnanimous with my belief. Oh, well, catch you later. Thanks for dropping by. Thanks again for the follow. Half these tracks just are not what I imagined for a city. It's okay. I don't really want you to feel like you're on an adventure when you enter this incredibly awful city. It's not a good place. It's never been a good place. I would argue that it's a quite awful place. Even though it looks very clean and nice. Which is not what I was envisioning at all, but there's also a limit to what I have access to for assets. So. Why don't you trigger out here? I did put a thingy, right? It looks like there's a thingy. That's not the thingy. Because it's really far in there and it's not like where it's supposed to be. There's almost too much hope outside when you go in the city. Like, way too much hope. I really need to go out of my way to make it like a cesspool. But then again, I found that that's what I do is I design the first version of something and it's very clean. And the next version, it's like a pure concept. Then the next version is like a gamified concept. And the third version is where I've gone out of the way to make it look nice and like, you know, get it really finalized. And the fourth version is me going over the top of it and adding a bunch of things to make it seem way worse as a place. Basically, all the more horrific elements tend to get added on top at the very end, I think. Also, the steampunk stuff tends to get added later too, which I'm still kind of adding. So maybe that's the fifth phase of design, where I really go through and make things look good. Because right now things look like crap. Like I get it, they don't look good. This looks like garbage. It's fine. Like, you know, they're not there yet. I get it. Soon. The real question is, why did the music play? It should have played. That is because I put an underscore. When dealing with these, they must be exact, because they have to match the string that's, you know, being fed to them. Kind of the downside of that, but fine. Is that what I want? Why don't I have camera control? The mouse is being dumb. Got it. No. Again, there's too much hope. I want hope. You're a freaking doll. You were killed. You were stuck in. Your soul is stuck in there, and you're stuck in this building. You can't leave. Why in the world is there hope out? That's weird. I almost want to replace these trees with something creepy. That might happen. I don't know. I really did envision it as a cesspool. But again, I am limited by the assets that exist. It's not like I'm going to hand make every asset for this game. Not if I want to finish. Especially for the stuff that doesn't... Like, I mean, the city's cool, but... You're not even really playing it. Do I use this? We do. It's Charlotte music. I can't recycle it. That's Charlotte. It's not. Silence is dead. That's a name. I already use it. This is the underwater music. This almost feels cave-like to me. No. No. You're wandering. See if I missed something that would kind of fit better. Dangers in a New Land sounds like a good name. Not feeling it at all. It's not a bad track. I just don't think it fits for what I want. No. I'm a bit torn. Because you go out there, and I guess there is a sense of wonder because it's this huge city. But it's not supposed to be a nice city. And you're actually very close to death when you go out there because as soon as you leave the building, you die. So there's a sense of danger. I guess exploration with almost like a creepy exploration with danger. Which I thought this would sound okay. And then it just kind of goes a bit left field. Not a bad track. Not with this. Definitely terrible. This track has a great deal of wonder in it. When I hear it, there's like a wonder at the world. I just don't think it's what I want. But the other one's not very good either. Well, this is 120 speed too. I actually sped it up. It's actually supposed to be this speed. I think I used it for combat at one point. Nope. Nope. I already used half these. I want to use this, but not in the room. I think not this room. I'm going to use it. Not in the secret guard, but I'm just going to write the secret garden on here because I remember the name of it. Might be okay in the brig. I'm gonna listen to the music I had previous. I can't leave these as blank either, because if I do that, then it's gonna have nothing playing. If it kept this same tempo, I would like it a lot. But then it hits this, and I don't like this tempo at all. Like, this is weird to me. Again, it starts out really good. It just ain't there. Just not. It's where I use Enter the Nightmare already. In the RPG Maker game, the original progenitor of this, this was the thing I used to introduce this awful city. But it was an intro story. I don't think it's the music I want playing in the background. Because it's so... I don't know. Like, it sounds like it's telling a story and not... You're not wandering some sort of a city that you really can't wander. I'm going to argue with myself for a long time with this one. Like, oh. Also, it sounds way louder in the game. That's interesting. Maybe this one will appeal to me better. Hmm. I really got to go out of my way to make this city darker. I went way too much with a DreamWorks feel to this, like illumination or whatever. And yeah, the sky looks really cool, but this feels like sugar and gumdrops. That's a little weird. Also, this doesn't loop. Not even long. It's actually really short. So the sugar and gumdrops feel so strange to me. This was the menu music I used for RPG Maker. It's, again, it's like telling a story. It's weird. I don't know. Part of me wants something that's a little more exciting out there because the simple reality is there's no light. So with no light out there, you are in danger. You're also by the edge of where you can survive too, so it represents one of the most dangerous areas in the game. Because you're so limited. Maybe I'll go with that, even though it doesn't quite encompass the feel I want for the city. But now that I've talked it over, I realize I'm going to replace all these trees with something that looks sinister. I'm going to repaint this whole city as sinister. And not fairy tale, sugar and gumdrops, whatever I did previously. I do like the sky. It doesn't quite have a sinister feel to it, but at the same time, there's just a certain limit to how dark I want it. You can actually see the game. So I have to go with the blue darkness, otherwise it can't play the game. This actually opens up an interesting prospect here with the layout of these. If I choose to, I can now have you run around the building to get to places that were not available before. Because I didn't have a way around it. Now you could technically run all the way over. Let's say you jump out here. Could you make this distance before you ran out? You probably can. Because I could make the washroom accessible through this method. Cutting it close. This is where I do all my ridiculous fights, so it has the most ridiculous music. Even though it's a bathroom. You do have the ability to make it here, though. I like going outside. In the game, not in real life. In real life, it's horrible. Who would want to see the sun? But the key being over here was always kind of lame. To be fair, it's one of the only keys that's actually outside. I actually think it is the only key that's outside. But I could literally have you run to a different room to get it. I can also just trick people who don't explore and be like, listen, the key's right there. Go ahead. And then you wander all the way back here and you're like, wait, what? You can also block it. Problem is, like, things like the Forbidden Toys room is completely blocked off. There's no way into it, and I'm not going to let you just go into it naturally, like, you know, or cheat into it because it's where the boss is. Over here, technically, it would be possible to run all the way over to the washroom. Let me ask that question by doing it. Let's see if it's really possible. You're basically going to be already a little low on sanity at this point, but we'll start from here just because I don't feel like jumping my way up just to test this. If I make it with a lot to spare, then I know I can easily make it, and if I make it with none to spare, then I know it's an impossible run. It's actually an impossible run because of that pipe, I think. It's not. Pipe doesn't stick out far enough. I don't think you would make this run. I know you wouldn't make it. Even with cheating, I'm not sure I can make this run. Yeah. Even cheating, I couldn't make that run. And you would have had to have gone from over here, grabbed all this thing, broken through that, and then you'd be lower on sanity. You could technically start from right here. I don't think that would give you much leeway. I really don't. But I think that having a run this long intentionally might be worth it. Because there's not a lot of point to the ones that give you additional sanity. Other than if you just happen to be caught up in combat too long or exploring too long and you're like, oh crap. But they don't really provide traversal in any way, shape, or form. Like there's nowhere you specifically need it to get to. But what if this was the room you needed it to get to? Like, what if I just wall this direction off? You can't run around this direction by just putting some pipes in the way or something. Let's just put a pipe in here to test. I'll move it to the main thing later, but for now, let's browse to a pipe. I don't really care which. Oh, these aren't an actual pipe anymore. They've been turned into a mesh, haven't they? Sure have. Any ones that haven't turned into a new one? I was going to cheat my way into doing this, but I guess I can't. That's unfortunate. I have to actually manually find it. Oh, I don't? Right here. Oh, wait, that's part of the city. Okay, fine, you win. The spline somewhere. I guess I could pick music for the washroom too. Impossible encounter. There could be a secret boss in this room. Might not be a bad Patrick one. Flesh Monster, and this one is Chaos Rings. That's Freak Show. Chaos Rings. Is that really better than the other one? I don't think it is. I don't think that's any better. I also realize my music is kind of all mixed up because I've got music all over the place and need to really port my files probably. Where are you at? Did I not change the music? Is this not how it works? How does one change the music for this particular fight? Patrick fight. Yeah. What didn't change? Okay. Let's take a bio break after this. Myself more to drink. All that. Maybe. Maybe. I'm sure I'll argue with myself for a while on that one too. What do we need for the washroom? Cathedral of Demons, it's just a bathroom. Harbinger Doom. Again, like there's a lot of bathroom jokes that could be great. I almost feel like there should be some sort of reward for finding all of the bathrooms in the game. Or the washrooms, as we call them. What if they just had the most menacing music? Like every time you went to a washroom, it was playing this for some bizarre reason. You're like, hmm. I'll bite. Will I bite? It's so fitting for like the last area. I actually have other music too. I got all this music from this thing here. Not here. All these are battles though. I picked it up because it was a bunch of battles. Probably not. I've heard the final confrontation a lot of times. I put the Sinister one in there just for funsies. It doesn't seem like a place there's going to be a specific boss fight, so... Are you going to visit there in Chapter 1? Well, it's the Chapter 1 map. It doesn't matter. I also didn't put a thing for the new life room. That's interesting. That's stupid. Well, the washroom already has one. Guess I'll put that as the starting music, I guess. I don't like that starting music particularly. If only because the fool is going to screw it up almost immediately by being the fool. Which I guess is fitting. See what I mean? It's just going to screw it up immediately. It's just the most inappropriate possible thing imaginable. No way. The music's terrible for here. I can just stick with the same one the Carnival Room uses. It's a little more of the thing there like that. Oh, actually, I need to actually click this in order to get it to come up here. It is a little overused, but I don't know. We'll see if I come up with something better along the way. It's possible I will, but I don't know. Here. A lot of sorts about having just music in these areas. Count as being in the city too? Really? That's not right. Rather hard to click the little city ones. Yeah, for some reason I just put them way far over. Because it's the central one that matters. It's not... The side ones are just the despawn. You know, oh look, it's going to despawn. Cool. But for some reason, I decided it was better to put that one partway in the room for no reason. Good job, me. Well played. You know, if mirrors weren't so heavy, I would consider having mirrors be the thing instead of painting. But they are so heavy. Still, I probably want to block this off. I'm gonna take a quick bio break. So need people to stare at the moon or something while I contemplate what needs to be done on that. But I'm probably gonna block that area off, so then you have to run from the other side, coming back with some sort of thing that provides you some additional way to fight the darkness, basically. At least that's what I'm thinking. Anyway, I'll be back. Time to continue. I really do want to make this sinister. It really does kind of have a dream feel, which seems just wrong. But at the same time, I'd have to go through and change every little thing, make everything much, much less nice. Do I want to invest that much additional time in this city? I mean, you really just get to see things of it. It does look kind of neat. And I recolored the sky or something, which I don't know if I want to do. But pretty certain I colored it blue or something intentionally. Pretty certain I should just see the only modified properties and save myself an infinite amount of time. I actually don't. Well, that's on weather, of course. Inside fog color, yeah, the moon colors, I colored it there. Let's save this color just in case. Do I have it on, actually I don't like close to it. I have it on a different map. Oh, that doesn't really make it less, like, make it sinister per se. You have to lower the intensity. Does nothing either. That probably gives it more of a little bit more of a sinister feel. So I like that better. Like I say, it's not supposed to be this super nice place. It's supposed to seem kind of drab. Kind of not great. It would make the light inside way less, though. It's true. Does it? One of the big complaints people have is the game is too dark, so that's why I brightened everything up so much. I'm gonna print screen this real fast. And I'm gonna revert the lighting level here and see what it looks like inside. Oh yeah, the difference is just huge. Like I said, I really had hoped to make it somewhat more sinister. But or not. I was just gonna hold it against there, and you could see the difference in the coloring. It's pretty huge. But I do recall people complaining they couldn't see the game. My little camera's blocking the thing you want to see on the other screen. Otherwise, I was supposed to put something on the Discord. Okay. I'm gonna leave it as it is for now. Oh, that's right. I was gonna find the fact manually. Got it. I just put the pipe here. Oh, it's only Wi-Fi is on. I was like, wait a minute. This doesn't make sense at all. I imagine not. But to block this off, it has to be a huge pipe. And that would probably do it. We'll just say it goes down to the basement. Sure. The occasional random pipe goes all the way down would be one way to do it. Or it could just be pipes that connect these pipes. I don't know. The pipes in this are weird, so. Some of it really is in service to having to, you know, set things up. Someone followed me on Kick and I even noticed Apocalyptic Force. Sorry, Farce. Well, if you're still listening, Apocalyptic Farce, thanks for the follow over on Kick. I really gotta set up alerts for that. No, I forgot something. First of all, I got like 8 followers on there, so here. I haven't been streaming very long on it. Yeah, this will be no problem to prevent me from getting through. I can just have incredibly large pipes if I don't want you to go a certain way. Thus forcing this to be a room that you come back to later. Might have a boss in it or something, potentially. Maybe. Bit of a sneezing fit, one sec. I'm allergic to game dev, evidently. I've been found out. There's no escape. My allergy to game dev is well known. Why never get anything done? So, I'll leave that there. And I guess I'm just going to use pipes everywhere. Like, the weird gear thingies that I was using doesn't make a lot of sense. Like, I'm not a big fan of the gears that are there. I probably want to remove all the gears, to be honest. They just make no sense. Like, what is that even supposed to be? Right? Unfortunately, they're on the other. So let's go to the map for those and just build that way instead. Apparently our trip to the map is an exciting one indeed. Music came on just as I talked about it. Credit where credit is due. Half those RPG Maker style tracks are about as upbeat as imaginable. Like you definitely they're there to hype you as hard as possible for something that wasn't very exciting in the first place, but they tried. All right, so right here is where I want to put this. I probably should make the building look somewhat nice. I'm sure at some point you'll see the full building. So it makes me want to make it nice. Wait. Call this blocking pipe. Yeah. It adds SM underscore anyway. It's the most obnoxious thing because I always type SM underscore and then here it just ends up with multiple versions of SM underscore because of that. There's an option to replace these, right? Like to directly replace. I'm double checking the thing business. I'm not going to redo it. I think there is, right? Settings. No. Wow. It used to be it swapped it for you, which was infinitely more convenient than me having to put it there myself. But here we are, doing here we are things. I also have brakes in the pipes too to let you through. Or have a way to break the pipes. Also an option. I don't know. The game feels like it's really still in a very concept phase for so much. Like if I kicked it out the door, a lot of this stuff would be fine. But it seems like I could do way better in a lot of instances. That's kind of where I'm at. It's just like, well, if I had no choice but to release it right now, it would be fine. In a lot of instances. But fine is not what I was aiming for here. I want, you know, great. And great does not have these bizarre things here. I could just not block at all there and just be that guy. Probably what's gonna happen, just be that guy. I do imagine that having 3 of those spinning at all times is probably not the best choice. That's not enough to even block here though without the additional thing. Double blocking pipes. Listen, it's better than a bunch of 3 spinning gears that make no sense, okay? Don't hate the play, I hate the game, right? Actually, hate the play, I don't hate the game. Don't want you to hate the game, that'd be terrible. I hope my game is awesome. I'm gonna try really hard to make certain it's awesome, so. I'm still pretty certain that I'm gonna have to compact it. Almost certain. There's just not a lot of places where I'm gonna wanna I just think that I've underestimated how long it will take to make these great. I really do. In a lot of instances, it just feels like I've underestimated it. Because I'm still like messing with the first level a lot of times, and that first level, I mean, I got so many more to do. I can move this over here and do that. I do intend for you to run all the way around some sections of this place. Those are all blockaded, so you can't get out those. This one, there's a crystal ball there. It might not go all the way down, but the second area has so much water stuff that there's basically no window, which is why you see very few windows on that one there, because it's already blockaded to the point of being kind of worthless. Also, this should probably be down here too. Doesn't look great, but it matches. Why is there an extra pipe there? I think I kind of copied a bunch of pipes and then realized that I was going to change all that up. If I even want pipes at all on the building. I don't know if I do. I think I might just have pipes in sections of the building and not like in lines like I have now. I don't know. Think about it. This is about fixing the map to have not have gears all over it that are just constantly running. And putting the pipe on there so this way that I could prevent them from going the easy way. That means I'll intend for you to come all the way back to get to the washroom later. Which means it'll be... Think about this. I almost want to put the weather on the same thing so I don't have to keep redoing the weather, but the problem with that is if I want to access the weather for some reason, I can't. But at the same time, am I changing the weather at... I don't know if I am. It means I wouldn't have to update the stupid weather on 5 different maps. Something to be said for that. Something to be said for that entirely. I'll think about it. But what I want to do... A couple things. First off, I want to remove Annie from here because Annie shouldn't spawn in here. The Puppet Master holds all the spawn information. Sometimes I wonder if Poppet should just be running the entire game. Everything just based off of one blueprint. But sometimes I just want to run around maps and have fun and, you know, explore some things, so it's like... not always that exciting to do that. Like, I could, but do I wanna? Eh. Anyway. Why not controlling puppets? I want the encounter system. I need an NPC name as well, I think. I want to ask Poppet if she has something, and if she has it, then spawn it. But we'll get to that. For now, let's just do that, because it'll work even without that. All it would do is it would make it so that it didn't spawn the effect. Like, it wouldn't try to spawn her over and over. It would just be like, nah, you already got her. No, I can't just drag or anything like that. Kind of copy paste that into the other thing. It's just -90. This should be spawn range. That's the correct name, right? Seems to. Oh, it's a relative number. Ugh. I forgot. Every number that has a relative, so it's probably spawning it in some ridiculous location that's super far away. This is the actual number I needed. Sure. In my perfect world, I would just spawn the things in, but can't do that. I just place it in the world, get the measurements, and then put it into my little spawning thing, which is getting more and more complicated. But the next game I make is going to be so fast. I can just recycle so much stuff. But the despawn distance is really far. To the point where I can't even see her. Fool really is the best weapon for just knocking them off the shelf. Like, its knockback is very valuable for that. You don't even care about the actual damage. I mean, it does great damage, but Really, the Empress is the one thing that's kind of lacking as far as I could tell. But she did so much there. You could do this. That's not quite what I was aiming for, but it was a nice try. Instead of using a bouncy couch, you could try to go from up here. Or you can just jump to the bouncy couch. You bouncy couch. This solves a major long-standing problem. I started this code for a little while ago, but I just didn't bother to finish it. Probably because I just ended up taking that like week off. I took actually 3 days off of streaming, and then I just proceeded to do all the work I hadn't got done from my other job, so it wasn't really days off per se. It was nice. I didn't really notice just how much work I put into this game and streaming until I took time off doing it, all that. I was just like, wow. Is this what free time is like? She'll show up, try to spawn, but then she won't actually be there, which is perfect. Can you make this jump? So I rescued somehow the opposite one. Wait, what? Last time I rescued Annie, Fortuna showed up. And now I rescued Fortuna, Annie shows up. Oh, very backwards. Interesting. Well, they're both sitting in the level. That's a weird track. Of course not, because all the code for every NPC is sitting on VP-NPC, and only specific crap is on the other. I'm going to have to restructure this to use the game animation sample with the saving thing, which doesn't work out quite the way I want it to. So this was not actually a problem previously, by the way. It's literally just after 5.6 something changed that causes it to be a problem. My mind's a little boggled on what. Because what they do is they basically add themselves to an NPC array based on their name. And then they check their name and against that array to see if Poppet is saved, and if they do, they just destroy themselves. Or if they're in the painting world, then they become visible. They destroy themselves if they're found in there. And in the other world, they do the opposite. If they don't find themselves, then they don't destroy themselves. If they find themselves, they destroy themselves. Yeah. Definitely very upbeat. Also good. Yeah, struck collectibles, the big bad itself. If I click this, then that should make handies on available. That makes little sense. How are these reversed? Actually, that one's... No, there it is, yeah. They totally reversed somehow. And they don't summon their buildings. So I'm gonna leave one of them available just for funsies. Sure. I didn't change these. That's good to note. You see where I might not want to use those in the future, the string thingies, because every time I have to fix the levels and have to change something or change the name of something, it's so obnoxious. I could do an enum of all the levels too. Which it would just be a string to that. I guess I just have to put it there. So I don't have to continuously retype them. I don't hate it. I'm just going to copy one to the other real quick. Probably the best bet here. So all I'm doing is clicking add enum and then copy pasting. Just over and over. Not glamorous, but I'm tired of typing these names out. I don't know why I didn't just do an enum earlier. I kind of forget they exist sometimes. They're kind of useful if you have a predetermined amount of things that are never going to change. But here I mean, these are going to change. Like a lot of times I use strings because they're not predetermined. I can just easily change them whenever I want. With enum, I have to remake everything, and it's annoying. Interesting. I thought I could just connect them, but apparently not. They used to have an easy conversion between the two. That makes enums very worthless if they've taken out that node, because I don't really want to mess with it too much. Is enum to string? I know I've done this before, but 5.6 took out nodes, much to my annoyance. Huh, maybe I won't be doing this. Can't believe they took it out. Interesting. I guess you just can't do it anymore. Yeah, I think that there's not a good method for this. I was hoping there was, but this was a bad plan. Fair enough. I'll save it for later unless I come across something better strategy-wise. But guess I'm just gonna have to make a point of changing it every time I change the level names. Hopefully I don't change it ever again, but there have been problems. Why is just your hat here? Why is all that broken? There we go. That's broken too now? Oh, 5.6. Why? Why must you do this to me? It's like it knows. It's like it knows. I position these all the time, and it seems like they're just things keep messing them up. Why are you always in the ground? Hmm. Where does savable even appear? It's somewhere near. Yeah, right here. Actually, that means it's probably farther down the road. I guess I just have gravity enabled there. I could enable gravity at the very end, give them a chance to set themselves up completely before they move. That's true. Well, if they already have gravity, then what's the point of anything I'm doing here? Right? Actually, why am I playing with gravity? If I move gravity, they might just float away or something bizarre like that, but flying doesn't actually make you move in any direction. Just means you don't want to fall. And you could technically move in any direction if you wanted, but it doesn't force you to. It used to sit just fine on there in the previous version. I don't know what they changed that messed with this stuff, but a lot of weird things that got changed. Not quite right. I think she's too low. When she spawns in, she seems like she's really low. Higher up. At this point, she's clearly high up in the air, so that's... But she appears right there, so clearly something is setting her movement before that. I'll list the default movement mode. I have a default movement mode, huh? As I thought about this earlier, huh? What if she just flies the whole time? Like it just sets her position. Hmm. Probably call it around 8 hours or something. Exciting as this is, that's like 40 minutes away, probably. Roughly. Plus I picked up like 3 subs today. Hell yeah. Over on YouTube. Yeah. But definitely thanks to everyone who subbed over there. My dream of getting 1,000 subs continues. Get a YouTube to pay for my game. That one's on the ground anyway, though. Oh, I switched the default water movement. I say I knew something was weird. can't have her flying upon you and have her always at flying and then have it somehow fall. It makes no sense. Probably help a lot if I was over solid ground. She's possessed. Oh god. So there was no world that was making any sense, and then it suddenly did. Camera's an abomination. Need to optimize this map too. Kind of hard to judge how far down she has to move. I thought she was practically on the floor. I am mistaken. When you're there, I'm not even set up the dialogues. Double check how to even do that. Hey, Stinkerwinks, how's it going? Yes, pretty good. It's a too bad today. Did a playthrough of the game and now I'm fixing a lot of dumb crap that just needed to be dealt with. Got my spawning system working well now, so it spawns in NPCs without spawning a million of them, so this way they can be dropped in by it and not loaded all the time. That's helpful. Relatively productive day, though. Yes, lots of progress. Can always be more, but yeah. I know about a bunch of these things. I put a bunch of stuff on this map because I was using it as a reference to decide the size of something. I just kind of left it all in here to remind myself. Okay, yesterday I actually went through and restructured to have a room up here so you can jump up onto these things from the window and go find a key. The key to here. Then from in here you can actually hop up in the pipes, get up in here, get into these, and get into the pipe up here, and then wander through the pipes to get all the way through here to get into this room over here. Been restructuring the building so you can actually run around the outside sometimes. Pipes in the way, but now it's possible to run around the corners sometimes. Which means I can have even more complicated places to get to. Very exciting. Wait, is that the window I wanted to block? I gotta unblock that window. That is not an okay window to block. Okay to block here. I actually want them to run around from here to get to that. Nice. I made my level unbeatable again. I'm very good at this. Making my things unbeatable. It's a skill. What are you up to today? Anything exciting? Sounds productive. What are you training the devs in? Just stuff? I've been training them how to play fetch. It's the greatest thing ever. I don't know why the devs are playing fetch, but I just throw the code stick out there and they go get it. It's amazing. That's fair. I like the idea of throwing a stick and watching devs play fetch, though. I'm gonna go ahead and say it. Some of us just want to watch the world burn, okay? Don't hate. That's fair. I mean, while you're out there, it's convenient, I guess. It's not the worst thing. Like, I don't know if I'd go outside specifically just to do that, but I mean, you know, you're already there. One thing leads to another. Animals use it for that purpose. Must be fine. That's right. Saves in that water bill. And potentially a sewage bill if you have one. That's right, the best viewers. Not just any viewers, but the best ones. Yes. Truly, viewers who are a cut above the rest. The chosen ones. The ones who actually count as literally 2 viewers because they're so much better than every other viewer. That's the kind of viewers they're offering. And not just a bunch of phones strapped to each other in India. Of course not. Yeah, they show up if you fall below 10 viewers, 10 concurrent viewers. I get them over on Kick as well. That's right. One day, I too dream of being a viewer so good that I count as two. A chosen viewer. The kind of viewer who, upon doing a tier 3 sub, they actually cheer over it at Twitch headquarters. Because that tier 3 sub is so much more valuable than other tier 3 subs. It must be nice to be one of the chosen ones who would bring balance to Twitch. Some people bring balance to the forest, but best viewers bring balance to Twitch. I forgot there's a light on this map. I gotta go back to this map. And over on Kick, I would get all these ones where people talking about how they just got monetized this month, and oh, you know, they can help you out, and all you have to do is just go to their Discord, and it's like the same canned message over and over and over. And I'm like, does anyone really believe you people? Like, really? YouTube doesn't have that feature though. You know, random bots. I've never seen a single bot on YouTube. Almost makes me feel unloved. Almost. And they're definitely rocked with very few viewers on YouTube before. Immature expanded video link. I just didn't pay attention to what they said, but they said it could be longer. Hell yeah, brother. Hell yeah. And I've actually got a second viewer on Kick right now. Rare. Things are going okay. Much better on YouTube. YouTube's just like, here's people. They ever talk? Not really. Does it matter? No. Maybe they just like watching game dev. I like game dev. Hell, in most people's streams, I don't even talk. Well, I didn't used to. Ever since I started streaming on Twitch, I talk more than I used to. I just never talked at all otherwise. It's like, me. The plan here... That FPS is the best thing ever. Go ahead and close out a bunch of these extra windows just to see what happens. I don't think the FPS could get worse, but maybe it can. I guess I have to restart the engine. It's at that point where it's decided it's going to go as slow as imaginable. Sure. Alright, you win. Usually about 6-7 hours in, there'll be this weird thing where it just goes like single digits FPS, and then you'll just restart and it'll go back to what it originally was. Like, you know, you'll gain 30 FPS. It'd be what it be. Just waiting for it to restart. Six 01 a.m. Good time for an ad break. It's just busy loading this crap anyway. Got plus 3 subs on YouTube today. Awesome. And 3 follows on Twitch. Pretty good. Why is it so bright? It hurts so much. It hurts so. Oh, you can feel the speed difference. Oh yeah. Feel that speed difference. Yeah. I might change all those just because I'm tired of seeing that. I was like, wait, that's the right level. Not planning on keeping these, but I am planning on leaving them there for a little bit of time while I figure out what I want to do. It's also room info, which is honestly, I'm just gonna move it over. Even though it's not ideal or anything like that, I just kind of want it in the room. I'm gonna rename it the Midnight Room. Oops. I feel very excited by this music. I think that's probably the point, though. I don't know if I like the music, but I feel very excited. Close enough to me, though. Don't spatially load this, please. Not. Might become Pirate Cove. Water's still dangerous here, and that's worth it right there. Good note. This room may get a bunch of changes to it. I think this wall is also not a completely solid wall yet either. That's a good thing to do. I didn't bring the lights with me. But whenever I need a light in a room, I just go ahead and grab one of these and drop it in here. So this way I could explore a room and technically have a light. Because the room never feels complete until it has a key and a light. Because otherwise you can't even wander the room. You're just SOL. Just saying. I could hand out the moon in here. I do actually need to hand out more tarot cards, and I really haven't handed out very many. But, I mean, I kind of want to hand out the first version of, at least 4 of them per area. Because there's 22 of them. And basically I want to hand out the first 20 of them in the first 5 levels, and then the last 2 become harder to get. I'm basically going to make the Lover's Tarot and the World Tarot really hard to get, with the World being the hardest to get. Well, really hard. The Lover's Tarot require work. The World Tarot, you're going to work real hard for that one. After all, it signifies the completion of a journey, so you have to complete some kind of a journey to get it, otherwise it makes no sense. Right, you have to fool the beginning of a journey. It's not the end of the game that you get the World Tarot, it's just help predicate the rest of the game. You will, in fact, want that tarot. Wow, hit shift end, and this is where it ends up. Well done. This may yet become Pirate Cove. I'm still debating, so I don't have a use for it. If it's the Midnight Room, maybe it'll have like or even be the Lunar Room. Then maybe it'll have the Moon Tarot. If it's like Pirate Cove or something, I don't know if it'll have that. It would make a lot of sense. So it could go either way. I actually don't know if I particularly like what that is. If I have Charlotte chase you in this area, I want like multiple ways to wander. I could have her play, you know, like the whole like, look at him game, like red light, green light. As long as you're looking at her, she can't chase you. It is, after all, a game to her. You are but her toy. So. Like, it's one of these. I can't find that list. I was dumb. I forgot to include these and then move them to. Right now, I have to. Wow, 9 copy of them. They'll stay in there. I think it's better on average. If I went through ways up, I mean, I guess. If we're playing red light, green light, then he would fly after you. I mean, I just have to make a whole new version of it. Behavior set and movement things and all that crap too. It's gonna be fun. Might as well ban that stupid bot. Got a giant hammer emote. Hey Lepus, how's it going? Got up here all late tonight. Like you have a life or something. That's weird. Imagine having a life. Who does that? I don't have. What's next? Going outside? Gross. I don't need no stinking outside. Could actually did this better in hindsight. Or whatever I just did there. Heard the phone today. Went to kids' school for a party. Your kids have parties at their schools? Man, that's cool. That's cool. I don't think any of those teachers are alive at this point. They're all pretty old, but if any of them still are, I hope they stub their toe on a Lego. They all sucked. Terrible. I'd be in shock if any of them were alive today at this point. Most of them were pretty old when I was there, and just being 44 myself. So what was the party for? Was it something exciting? Did I delete something? Oh, deleted a spline point. It's good to see they never fixed the spline problems. Very excited for them having never fixed those. It once again deleted that spline point. Click a non-spline, click a spline. I wish Epic would fix this bug. Well, the lights up there are crazy looking. I swear they did something to the particles. They seem so much fuller and hard to see through. Before they did not do this. They were not this cool looking. Like now they're actually obnoxious to see through and almost impossible. So they're actually almost worse in a way, but they look a lot better. Hey, Adventures in Game Development. How's it going? Just in time to hear my microphone squeak. Guess as sweet as I was hoping. Damn. I was like hoping for annoying levels of squeaking, but it didn't happen. I'm so disillusioned. I don't quite know what this room's plan is. I have some ideas. What I need is a Charlotte that's standing, essentially. Or flying, I guess, is the case, maybe. Oh, I was just using the same crap animation thing. Got it. I have better flying options for it, but for now, I'll change it. I'll just leave it as it is. Stick with it a bit. Not being so slouchy. I actually found that my upper body tends to hurt the more lean forward I am. So actually the slouching actually tends to make me feel better. Because all the hours of just sitting there leaning forward like that, and especially like supporting myself with that, actually causes like my chest and arms to burn. Leaning back does not cause it. I just have support on my back. It's pretty good. Technically, she should just move around. I'm gonna break her intentionally just so I don't have to get wrecked by her. So she's kind of creepy just flying around. I don't know if I want her to have the smoke though. The flying one. Kind of a lot. Maybe I can reduce it to not ridiculous. Why is she visible? Also, I don't want any of the ones that are crawling around in this one. Why does it have a camera? It doesn't need a camera. Weird. The previous statement. Why do I see a camera? I don't know. Guess I deleted a camera, but I don't know. So 4 through 7. Let's just start with 7. So that's why she had a camera. Or some jump scare crap or something. I don't remember. I'll give it back to her, whatever. It's fine. I was gonna swap the music to her thing. Oh well. Wait a second. And where am I again? I don't know. I'll swap to the music anyway. Come on. Um. Why is there a crawling one? I got rid of all the smokes. Oh, it's because it's spawning in the regular Charlotte. I want this one. Duh. Whoa. That was actually kind of creepy right there. She's just doing her thing and she's just like right there and you're like, oh god, what the hell? Now that she's flying, there can still be safe locations from her, I guess. I might still make this Pirate Cove. I'm probably getting rid of all these. They were just here to kind of remind me that some things are like what height things should be and everything. But she's not crawling around anymore. She's flying. Since she's flying, that does kind of change a lot. It means I got to build towards this height instead of that height. And she's probably flying slightly higher too, for that matter. Hmm. Trying to decide if I want it to be a pirate city or not. I do kind of want to give out the moon tarot. I've been putting little moon doors everywhere, and it'd be kind of nice to hand it to them. Give them a bunch of extra shortcuts they could play with, and a reason to go back to the first area too. The problem is I want the moon to be shining on whatever location the moon tarot is at. It just seems too fitting not to have that be the case. Technically, this is the side you would have the moon on. I could also move the moon over to like that corner too. That's how we design levels. We just move the moon. Fine. Kind of a lousy room for this. Hmm. It could be like a little pirate city that also has some sort of moon thingy as well. Of course, why call it the midnight room if it's going to be had the moon in it, I guess. I guess that's not the worst. That's how much more I want to work on today. Let's say I just push the thing all the way over to the side here. I don't know if I'm going to do this. But I need a conceptual area, basically like that. And once I have a conceptual area, it'll make a lot more sense what I do. Because until I do that, I just kind of flounder a lot. I'm gonna replace these with different safe zones later. Also have to fix the text on these so that they don't say text. Forgot about that. It's a really hard fix. I don't know how I did it. You were gonna fight a battle against a doll in a boat. This would actually be a pretty good map for that. I have it set up, thinking about it. I don't want to keep this, but I'm going to use it as a placeholder to remind myself of some important thing at the end that's kind of above all others. I think I don't want this thing at the back necessarily. Unless I want whatever it is in the center. Like, if I put the little moon thingy here with the little moon altar, they could have the same little rooms I have, which they're hard to see through. Oh, there's no bottom of this. Right. But if I have a moon thingy, I don't really want to put pirates in here necessarily. Kind of weird. Does it even need to be high up, or do I just want to get rid of the thing in the back and then make you have to go through some sort of thing to reach it? I mean, I could have you jump. If I have you her just flying towards you, jumping is probably fine. Not many places to hide at though, so it'd be kind of hard to deal with. Also, I could simply have no jumping in this room. It could be an actual different thing there where you don't jump. Making it more interesting, I guess, because most time you are jumping. So for once you wouldn't actually have to do any jumping. Can't do any water lowering shenanigans. I could have done that for a third room, but for that to work, I would have to basically lower this, create one more tank in here. But at that point, we're doing like the same thing 3 times, right? Except for this time, I guess Charlotte's there. I've already used the name the Sunken Depths too, so it's not like I'm gonna have a second Sunken Depth. Well, I could do that. I could literally just make a giant pool thing that goes all the way down again. Think this area a bunch, so it's just this small thing here. Welcome back. You're just in time to be just in time. Sometimes I wonder if I'd have better viewership during the day, except for YouTube still gives me great viewership at. I always get a lot of viewers near like the time I almost want to stop because it's already been 8 hours. Some real tried support for branching storylines in my template. Nice, nice. I imagine people will be excited. Does seem kind of important. Just saying. Feel as though it might prove handy. I guess I'm having a third water thing, huh? Put Pirate City around the outside of it, I guess, just to make it look kind of a thing. Have you lower the water multiple things while Charlotte's trying to harass you? It would at least be different because Charlotte's a new factor. Not sure if I'm going to keep the eyes or not, but sure, well, put them around for now. Just one. About to have a flying AI for this one. It'll definitely be a different room because you'll just see the giant dome below there. Apparently you can, oh, you can see through that. tow troll. Okay, I like the concept of this room. At first I was like, not another pool. But now I'm like, you know, it feels different than the other pools by a lot. I've also just come to the conclusion that the area can be as big as it needs to be. I'll figure it out. If I gotta raise the building up in the air in order to create another floor, so be it. Because some of these things just gotta be big. As the traversal gets bigger and bigger, I just gotta have more ways to go up and down. While still limiting it, you know, based upon the size of the building, of course. Can't just give you all kinds of cool stuff. That'd be weird. I'm pretty certain I do away with the pirate coat thingy, though. And maybe just turn these into closets. The only unfortunate problem here is that I don't have a way to really make these things go up and down very easily. I guess I can with the puzzle system. This almost seems like a place the Emperor would be, not the moon. I mean, if I really wanted to set it up the way that made the most sense, the secret garden would actually have like the devil in it or something, because you go all the way down underneath this area into like the underworld and find a throne in order to get it. Like if I put some weird fiery looking stuff down here or something, which is weird to be underwater, but I could make this like the devil. But the problem with that is I have no abilities for the devil. Also, this is the last one you do before you go over to the next thing, so kind of precludes me doing that with it. Possibly I only end up doing 4 areas anyway, and then a 5th hidden area. Could just reserve this small area as the way down, and then just make this go completely over, and then turn this into like a secret room over here. Like, And then now what I want to do? Create another hidden area over here. This is gonna be huge. It's possible I might double up some of the victims or something like that just to avoid needing extra space. And having to be harassed by Charlotte the whole time also, like at least once per level, does mean that I have to include a giant space for her. Maybe I will end up adding another floor to this. I don't know. We'll see. I like how glowy this is. That's true. Almost be like a lunar pool or something like that. I might change the name to something along those lines. I don't know. Anyway. No weird numbers, please. Oh. Oh, that's way too tall. There's not much reason to need to go underneath here necessarily. Can't use this as a way into here. It would make no sense. There would literally need to be a door out of here into here, with no means of ever going in here because it doesn't work. Unless I want one of the control rooms to be here, but I don't know if I do. Because I kind of want every single one of the things to be in here so Charlotte can harass you the whole time. It's possible I put, like, you know, 6 of these things or more that you need to push, and every time you move it down there, new ones are exposed. But I think the reality is you could really only have so many of them before Charlotte couldn't reach you, because she's not... I don't make her, like, able to fly through things. Kind of would take the fun out of it if she could. Even though it's highly logical that she'd be able to. So maybe something along these lines here. It's really tall. It's a huge pool. It doesn't stick up too high, that's fine. It doesn't go too low. No, and it's inside the room. Seems to be. Close enough. What's the end point? I guess we'll say there's 6. A 0 doesn't count, so there'll be 6 buttons to jump on. And the end point will be honestly probably just not quite empty, I guess, because it's more fun if there's something to jump over the top of at the bottom, I find. At least that's my theory. No weird numbers, please. Oops, I want to just copy the whole location. And where's this one at? So the third one you hit should put it down to this level. So 5,400. Yeah, 1, 2, 3. So by the time the third one's hit there, and then the 6th one should put it down there. Make it a clean number, I guess. Make my life easy. My brain no longer works right now. Press dumb. I'm dividing again next. I need to divide into thirds. Normally I could just scale it down too, and I wouldn't even have to move its location. But I didn't do that. That's my explanation. Oop. Got to do this first. Some of these aren't useful anymore. I need to change them out. Oops. No, actually I do want to change those. Not nice and even, but that's okay. It doesn't have to be. I think after this test, I'll call it. Getting close to the 9-hour mark. This needs to be enlarged too. Whatever. Shouldn't make a difference. Got the tag. But not lower it at all. Why? Same thing. I guess it has a puzzle. I forget how much weird crap is involved with these particular things. Quite a few. Well, nothing, huh? I forgot a step. I went down. Took a while. Perfect. Well, it's right about that level, so it's still enough to be a problem. I'll be able to put the moon in here, and it'll be exciting. Or something like that. I think I'm gonna call it like about 9 hours, and I swear if it wasn't for YouTube handing me traffic early on in the night, I would probably just start streaming later. All night stream thing, he doesn't really get a lot of viewers until like almost want to log off. It's kind of awkward. Morning for you, yeah. I mean, it's 7:22 a.m. right now, but I mean, YouTube sits with like, I don't know. I guess this week it hasn't had that many. It's only gotten, I think, like 18 or 19 people watching. But the more I do it at night, the more YouTube's just like, hey, have more people. I almost wonder if I'm like, they don't, not many of them talk, so I wonder how many of them are just sleeping. But then Twitch picks up pretty much around, I don't know, 6:37 in the morning, well, maybe even just 6. But by that point, I'm already almost 8 hours into the stream, and I'm just like, how many hours am I gonna go from here? I don't know, man. I don't know, indeed. But yeah, I think I'll send people off and to do whatever they're gonna do, and yeah. So, by the YouTube people. So for those who don't know, the game's called Poppet Quest. I stream 5 nights a week, pretty much about 9 hours earlier than now. So like what you saw, subscribe, follow, join the Discord, or don't. Thanks for watching either way. I'm gonna send the YouTube people off, the YouTube people, and I'll raid off for the Twitch people.